Dəyərli qonaqlar, hər birinizə Son sessiyamızda da bir-birindən maraqlı spikerlərimiz, maraqlı mövzularımızla birgə sizlərləyik. İstərdim ki, tədbirimizi başlamazdan öncə Paşabankın Rəqəmsal Fərdi Bankçılıq Məhsulları Şöbəsinin rəhbəri Şəhla Məmmədovanı açılış nitqi üçün səhnəyə dəvət edək.
Hər vaxtınız xeyir. Nahar fasiləsindən sonra necə fokusumuz buradadır? Super. Biz bu il 3-cü ildir Product Hunt tədbirini keçirdirik. Soruşmaq istəyirdim, nə qədər məhsul sahibi var auditoriyada? Əllərinizi görüm. Kifayət qədər. Mən xatırlayıram, biz bu Product Hunt tədbirini başlayanda bazarda məhsul sahibi kimdir, məhsul rəhbəri kimdir, nə işlə məşğul olmalıdır, hansısa baza biliklərlə bağlı müəyyən mənada məlumatsızlıq var idi. Kimlərsə bilirdi, kimlərsə bilmirdi. Ona görə biz bundan əvvəlki 2 ili həsr eləmişdik daha çox hansısa baza biliklərinin ötürülməsinə. Keçən ilki tədbirimizdən sonra bəzi feedbacklər aldıq ki, biraz daha mürəkkəb mövzulara artıq bizim auditoriya hazırdır. Bilirsiniz, Paşabank ümumiyyətcə həm məhsullara yanaşmasında, həm tədbirlərə yanaşmasında feedbacka açıqdır və o feedbacklər üzərində növbəti fəaliyyətimizi qururuq. Ona görə bugün çalışdıq ki, sizə daha həm aktual olan, həm praktik, həm beynəlxalq təcrübədə təsdiqlənmiş müəyyən know-how'ları gətirək. İnanıram ki, çox faydalı olacaq bugünkü tədbir sizin üçün. Soruşmaq istəyirdim, sual. PLG nədir, kim bilir auditoriyada? MVP nədir, kim bilir? Okey. Yəni, hipotezam təsdiqləndi ki, bizdə müəyyən biliklər var, biraz daha dərin biliklər üçün bugün kakraz sizdə fürsət olacaq. Həm BLG, həm CLV ilə bağlı, özümüzün, çoxumuzun eşitmədiyimiz holokratiya mövzusu ilə bağlı bizim spikerlər çıxış eləyəcək. Və əlbəttə ki, məşhur mövzular var indi. Hansılardır bu? Hype mövzularımız. AI. Generative AI ilə bağlı həm çox maraqlı workshopumuz var bugün. Tədbirdən sonra mütləq workshopa qatılın. Bizim xarici spikerimiz tərəfindən həyata keçiriləcək. Məhsulun ideyasından, strategiyasının qurulması və bazara çıxarılması ilə bağlı workshopumuz var. Paşabankın əməkdaşı tərəfindən keçiriləcək. Orada mütləq qatılın, faydalı olacaq. Mən çox sizi intizarda saxlamaq istəmirəm. Sizdən sadəcə xahişim odur ki, maksimal aktiv olun. Hər hansı bir tədbirin faydalı olmasının əsas şərti, əsas hissəsi həm də bizim özümüzdən asılıdır. Bilirəm ki, bir çoxlarınız tanışlarınızla, dostlarınızla gəlmişsiniz, iş yoldaşlarınızla gəlmişsiniz, amma xahiş edirəm, fasilədə bir-birinizdən aralanın. Çox gözəl spikerlərimiz var, onlara yaxınlaşın. Paşabankdan olan məhsul sahiblərinin böyük hissəsi burada iştirak edir, yaxınlaşın. Networking qurun, faydalanın. Uğurlar.
Təşəkkür edirik Şəhla xanım. İstərdim ki, günün ilk spikerini sizlərə təqdim edim. Bu spikerimiz bizlərlə onlayn formatda qoşulacaq, bizlərlə birgə olacaq. Google şirkətində məhsulların idarə edilməsi üzrə direktor Vladimir Vuskoviç. Həmçinin elan etmək istərdim ki, çıxış ingilis dilində olacağı üçün hal-hazırda zalda sinxron tərcümə xidməti mövcuddur. Arxadakı masaya şəxsiyyət vəsiqənizdə yaxınlaşıb qulaqçıqlar əldə edə bilərsiniz.
on conversational AI. And I will present some of the core breakthrough ideas that we all together had as a field, to basically come to where we are today. So let me start the presentation. So let me see if this works. Do you see the presentation? Okay. So let me start by playing a video from a movie that I think most of us, or at least my generation, is very familiar with. This was actually a video recorded 55, a movie from 55 years ago, and this is like how how back then, like 55 years ago, we were imagining the future of conversational AI. Back then, we were imagining this type of future like 200 years from now, right? So basically 50 years ago, we were imagining that in 200 years, we would get to something that is like this.
Library computer. History files. Subject, former Governor Codus of Tarsus IV, also known as Codus the Executioner. After that, background on actor Anton Caridian. Working. Codus the Executioner. Summary. Governor of Tarsus IV, 20 Earth years ago.
So as you see, there were certain aspects that this movie predicted pretty well. They predicted that we will be talking with machines in just using natural language. And it was imagining that, that would be possible 200 years from now. It also fully underestimated how much progress we would make much faster than that. Today, the voices, the way that we talk with machines, and the voices, how machines talk back to us, sounds much more natural than how we were imagining, 50 years ago. So we did a lot more progress, a lot faster than what we were predicting in this movie. Let us see how this prediction of where we would be and what we are able to do evolved over time. Here is basically how. This is basically how this is like 10 years ago, how we were imagining the future 20 years from that point, which is basically 10 years from today. And as you see, it is much closer to where, to actually the future that we are creating. So this is from the movie Her in 2013.
Good morning, Theodore.
Good morning.
You have a meeting in 5 minutes. You want to try getting out of bed? Okay, good. I'm funny. I want to learn everything about everything.
I love the way you look at the world.
So as you see, it is much more, the voice is fully natural. It really sounds like a human. It's totally, the conversation flows exactly the same way like with humans. In that movie, they imagined this future in 20 years from now. It was like really, kind of visionary from certain points of view. And like, many thought that it was not possible 20 years from back 10 years ago. But where we are today, actually, it doesn't seem impossible at all. We probably will be, to like a similar future even before 10 years, right? And today, I will kind of talk a bit about how we got there and what were some of the breakthrough ideas, right? And I hope this is interesting. So I just wanted to start basically, this is like my personal experience as well. I've been one of the founders of the Google Assistant here in Zurich, where we started the project. That was in 2016 where we started it. Basically, I will kind of guide a bit you, through like how we, how we evolved the way that we do conversational AI from then until today, and what were some of the main ideas, right? So let me show you. So back when we were kind of doing the Google Assistant at the very start, most of the production systems that were existing in the field, most of the products, were actually using what today we can call, prehistoric natural language understanding. It was based on something that is called grammars. So basically, we needed linguists like PhD in linguistics, who could also, code at a very high level, and we needed to have like basically one per language, and they would encode the meaning of what users are saying by capturing the structure of the language. There is the verb, there is the subject, and so on. So there was the way to kind of formulate these grammars to capture different ways that the users could say, it could express some intent, right? And this is the way that we were doing it, and was really not scalable. It worked pretty well, but it was like really expensive to do, really slow to develop. In the meantime, and this started already, many years before this, but the whole field has been trying to solve, natural language understanding, conversational AI using deep learning. There were several attempts at that, and the base of the idea was that we can kind of transform words into vectors of numbers, and then we can pass these vectors of numbers through some, a deep learning neural network, and then basically, this neural network will transform this word into some other vector that we can also interpret either as some signal like positive sentiment, negative sentiment, funny, not funny, and things like that, or another word, right, or anything else. And then in order to process whole sentences, we used what is called recurrent neural networks. So basically, this is with basically passing one word at a time through this network, we could basically transform whole sentences. This worked pretty well, but had some severe limitations. It wasn't breaking through. It wasn't superior to our grammar's approach. Like some of the main problems that we had is that it was very slow because we had to process one word at a time. It also had very limited ability to understand the larger context. So like larger paragraphs, or maybe paragraphs that refer to some other concept that were saying previous paragraphs, right, were really, really difficult to capture by just the nature of how this is done, because the whole context was kind of captured with, by just kind of the weights in the middle layers. Another big problem that this approach had was like these models were really bad at learning. They would forget things. If we tried to learn them with a lot of data, they were not really good at it. There were some optimizations, but nothing really breakthrough. And then everything changed overnight. This was in 2017 with the publication by a bunch of Googlers of this paper that was called "Attention is All You Need," that introduced the transformer architecture. The transformer architecture really solved all of the problems that I mentioned, basically literally all of those problems in one new model. It gave us like 100-time improvements in basic computational effort that was needed to process the same information. And it was so influential that the journal Nature selected this in 2020 to be the #4 most influential paper across all sciences over this 5 years, right? So this really kind of solved the problem because it learned super fast. It learned super well. We can throw a lot of data in it. It would kind of learn. It was extremely fast because it processes information in parallel, not a word at a time. And also, it was really parallelizable well on the type of hardware that we have to run this type of machine learning. Then the year after, the next big evolution came, also in Google. Here, basically, the BERT model was launched, and that was like the idea that the BERT added to the mix. The BERT researchers was like basically to train this transformer architecture with a lot of the human knowledge. So the BERT researchers figured out that instead of preparing like a training, like a large set of training sets, meaning this is the input and then this is the right output, and like preparing maybe 10,000 of these examples, which is how usually machine learning works, right? The BERT researchers figured out we can actually take anything written by humans, any Wikipedia article, right, or any page in any book, and we can just pretend that we don't know certain words, right? And then we can say, hey, model, try to guess this word. But in reality, we do know the word, right? So we can use like any text as a training example. Just turn any written text as a training example. And given the property of these models that they can actually learn from a lot of data, we could start training them on more and more and more data, right? On all the open, basically the public accessible web, or many of the other things. So this was the research kind of started doing these type of things. And this this is basically what, for the first time, kind of we did this pre-training of these large language models, of the transformer models. So that gave us not only the ability to process sentences, but actually this pre-training suddenly, gave us the ability to train a model in a way, and then have this model actually understand language, understand a lot of the human knowledge, understand common sense even. So this was this big innovation. Then the next innovation came after. So the BERT model and the transformer models out of the box, what they try to do, they basically try to predict what comes next. They're predictive engines, right? And that potentially can be a problem because there is a mismatch between how we train these models and what is like our user objective of how we would love to use these models. So we would like to use these models to ask, for example, questions or to follow some instructions. But these models are not that. They're not assistants, right? These models, like at least how they used to be in 2017, 18. They basically were just predictive engines. So for example, if I ask a question, how do I apply for a visa? They might predict, that usually when they see something like that, another question follows, right? For example, what types of visa are there? And this is not the user objective. User objective is to hear the answer. So in order to, to kind of improve that kind of aspect of these systems, the research field introduced instruction tuning, right? Instruction tuning basically take these models like pre-trained like BERT out of the box, and then does like a more normal type of machine learning on top of that, right? So we do the pre-training by training them on the human knowledge and articles. And then after that, we do a second step, which is called instruction tuning. Now we basically apply an additional step where we have this more supervised type of learning, where we now give them like more in a traditional way. Let's say, I don't know, 10,000 or whatever is the number of like, this is the input. Like, for example, the user is asking, how do I apply for a visa? And the output is answer that question, right? Or for example, the user is asking, how do I say this in Spanish? And we then give the translation, like this is the correct output. So basically then the model starts learning that it needs to actually follow the instructions and not just predict blindly what can follow next. So that was like the next big innovation that made the use of these models much more useful because it aligned the user objective to the training objective. Something that we also figured out is that, when we start kind of tuning these models to follow instructions, they started being better in following instructions, even in fields where we didn't tune them. They basically captured the idea of following instructions. The next innovation came, the kind of was coming along the way, which is it gave the ability to, to basically tune the model in a way that is more useful for any single task that we have, right? So the models are very general. They have a lot of general knowledge. They can do a lot of general tasks, but we can actually tune them to be even more proficient in some particular tasks that we need. And there is like several ways that we can train these models. So one way is to retrain all parameters. We have like new training set, and then we kind of throw it in the model. We do the learning, and we train all the parameters. That's the best in terms of quality, but it's extremely costly. It costs almost as retraining the whole model. So it's like very, very costly, and it's like not affordable for applications, right? Another kind of way was to retrain just certain layers, like the later layers in the model, and keep the other layers basically not changed. But then the recent approach to this is what is, for example, known as the LoRa tuning, is to add some additional parameters on top of the existing ones and then tune only those and to tune really few of those. And this gives like very, very, very good results, almost as good as retraining the whole model with a lot less computational effort. So that gave another ability to, to us, to whoever in the world is using these models to tune them and make them better for the tasks that we have. The next huge innovation, again, came, this is also happened in Google, by basically training the models to do reasoning, right? This is something that was, that is like very nice idea. So for example, previously, like the standard way to train this model was I would ask them a question and then I will, I would give the answer, right? To kind of to tune them how to follow instructions, right? So one example could be Roger, Federer has 5 tennis balls. He buys 2 more, 2 cans, and each can has 3 balls. Like how many tennis balls does he have now? The answer is 11, right? So now if I ask another question, the model didn't really learn how to solve this problem, right? It just basically sees all of these numbers here and then sees 11 here. And, it's like hard for the model to actually predict how we did it. So by changing the way that we train these models, by adding additional trainings that teach the model how to break down these type of problems, we are actually, we were able to teach the models, how to think in steps, right? So here, instead of like teaching the model just the answer is 11, we actually teach the model, like this is the right way to solve this. We say, Roger started with 5 balls, 2 cans of 3 balls, each is 6 tennis balls together. That means that 5 that he had before plus 6, now it's 11, right? And now when we train the model with enough such examples, the model suddenly is able to start solving problems of similar type. Right? For example, if I ask now, cafeteria has 23 apples and so on, the model is, I use 20 to make a lunch and then I buy 6 more. The model now is able to break it down and solve it correctly. And this happens because the model basically has learned how to distribute the solution of the problem in more tokens, instead of like trying to kind of get it in very few output tokens and just say 11. Here the model is distributing the computation of the problem across more tokens. The output is longer and it allows the model to, to basically more efficiently and more deeply solve the problem. This is how it actually then, end up working. And basically like what the community has been doing has been training these models on like many type of problems, math problems, or maybe some, strategy problems, like for example, would a peer sink in the water? We are explaining how to think about it, right? Instead of just trying to guess it out of the box, try to think about, how should I solve the problems? I should look at the density of the pair, right? And so on and so on. And basically by teaching the models to kind of solve different type of problems, they're starting again also here to generalize this and kind of be starting to be better and better in solving different type of problems. So this was another kind of big kind of innovation in this in the process of kind of making the conversational AI better and better. The next big idea is to do what we call distillation. So here the idea is that it is much easier, and these models really work better with scale, right? The bigger the models, the more parameters they have, the better they learn from fewer examples, and the better they perform. However, using this very, very large model is like not efficient. They are very costly to run, and it's, and basically they are slow, right? So for many applications, we cannot afford to run these huge models. So here there is a new idea that came, which is basically what we can do. We can, use a very large model and teach it with fewer examples. Let's say we collect 100 examples and we teach the model how to do certain things. And then basically now we can say, okay, you teacher model that learned how to do certain things. Now, please generate 100 millions of examples and then use these 100 millions of examples to train a smaller model. And it turns out that if we do this well, the tuned model, the smaller model, can be as efficient as the big model in solving certain more specific tasks. And then on top of that, we can apply techniques, for example, such as cascading, where the smaller model, if it basically understands that this task is not the type of questions that the model the small model is able to answer, they can just go back and say, hey, this is not for me, and go back to the large model. The next technique that has been introduced to improve the quality of these models, what is called the reinforcement learning for human feedback. So here, the core idea was that instead of just giving the models this kind of supervised set of learning examples, we can also just use the model, and then as we are using it, provide feedback, right? Provide feedback, for example, to the models. Like if they are giving us several possible outputs, we can say which one we prefer, right? And then we can use back this preference that we express as human users to teach the model, what is the type of answers that are better. And this turned out to be as well a very efficient way to improve the quality of the models. And we think that the reason that is turning out to work really well is that actually with models being better and better, it's actually hard to provide more high quality examples to improve them. On the other hand, humans are really good in choosing what is a better alternative between 3-4 alternatives, right? So, but that is kind of easier to collect data that adds value to training the model. That was kind of the next innovation. Then the next innovation came with tools. So here, basically, the idea was that the models are great in, we taught them how to reason to problems, how to give us solutions from world knowledge, how to summarize, to translate. Like they can do a lot of the language skills. They can converse with us. But however, in reality, several times, even with humans, we cannot just think through a problem. We actually need to use some tools to solve a problem, really. A tool can be, for example, look up on information on internet, right? So, for example, if the question is who won this game between, I don't know, Inter Milan and Barcelona, the best way is to just go, the only way is to go and look it up on the internet, and then we know the result. So basically, by enabling the models to use the tools, we enable them to do much more. They can basically use the tools to look up things on the internet, maybe to call some API. If you're using it in your company, they can, for example, go and look up, for example, imagine that you're doing a bot that is servicing users calling, for example, because the credit card is blocked, right? The only way that the model can actually help them, it needs to be able to figure out that it needs to call some API to get the status of that user's credit card and some other information that that they need, right? So basically, you can introduce a tool, and this tool enables the model to call some API that you implement. So that's basically enable the models to do even more. And even more than just using tools, the really powerful combination is this, another invention, but actually some really good friends of mine, the React. Basically, this is the ability to combine reasoning and using these tools, and then basically do that in several steps, right? So to do certain problems, we can use the tools, then reason on the output of the tools, use that output to do the next steps, maybe use another tool, and so on. So this is what is called the React loop, used by many systems today. The next huge innovation that happened is, very, very popular today, is what is called retrieval augmented generation. This is, the ability to, instead of just answering from the knowledge of the model itself, captured inside, the parameters of the model after training, these models now are able to connect to some data systems, and then instead of directly answering, what the model does basically is, it captures it takes the question, and then it does like search, something like Google search or like a search on some database for that question. It retrieves all the relevant information, imagine documents that are relevant for this particular search, and then it can kind of get the paragraphs that are relevant, for this question, and then add them as a context before asking the model. So it can say, hey, model, this is the information they found, in my data. Please answer from this information and not from, what you think you know. And this is like the way that these models are now able to answer from the information that is, that is relevant for us, from the information that is relevant, to your companies if you're using the model, and so on and so on. So this is like, it gave the ability to the model to be much more accurate and to answer from the knowledge that you want it to answer from. Very, very, huge innovation in terms of making these models really useful, especially in some enterprise context. The next huge innovation is code interpreter. This is, for example, I have here an example that says, like if I ask questions like how many prime numbers are there between, 1 and 100, how many of these prime numbers contain the digit 7, right? Here, basically, it's like it's a very, very hard problem. It's impossible to just tell an answer. And the way that these models are able to actually solve it, what they do, they're able, because they are generative models, they can generate a lot of things. They can also generate code. They basically, what they do, they generate a piece of code that can solve this problem, and then they run this code internally and get a result from that run, and then are able to answer. So basically, they basically implement like a for loop that gets all the prime numbers, and then checks, traverses all the prime numbers, checks which one has the digit 7, and then augments some counter, and in the end is able to tell me exactly, so to solve the problem for me in a very, so this basically enables the models to be extremely efficient, and this is like has huge number of applications. For example, analyzing data or any things like that. The model is just able to write the code, run the code, and give us the answer. This is unlocking a lot of more applications as we go. The next kind of thing that people are the researchers are working on is these autonomous agents that are able to, they get a task, they try to solve the task, they're able to create other agents for subtasks that they have, and so on and so on. So this is this is like more in the research kind of field. So on, this is from the Baby AGI page. Okay, then something that has been kind of happening in parallel. This is like not necessarily strictly in the chronological order, but something that the researchers figured out as well is that this idea of filling in the blanks that I explained for text, right, where we take some article and we hide some words and we say, hey, model, predict the words. It turned out that this works not only for text, it works for images too. So the same model, the same architecture, actually, if we are, if we say, hey, try to guess these pixels from this box, given, these other pixels that I'm showing you, but in reality, we don't know the pixels because we had the image, right? Exactly the same idea, we can apply it. And when we train the models like that, they start understanding images and are able to generate images. Let me show you how that works in kind of real life. This is one example of, it's a bit old now, like now there are even better examples, but this is, I think it really illustrates greatly, this ability to both understand and generate. So this is the starting point. This image is a starting point. Let's see how models can interact with it. So if you look at this is really impressive, right? So the model is able to understand the image, is able to then create the image, to create the pieces, that the model is imagining, and it comes up with something really, really nice, creatively even, right? The same is true for voice. We can also fill in the blanks for voice, right? So these models are able to understand audio, like our way we speak, and produce audio, understand music, produce music. So this is another example. So here I played two examples. One is with some very difficult random text, just to kind of show how powerful that is. So like text is actually like not even understandable too much, but the model is able to kind of figure it out and create something that kind of makes sense, right? And then after that, there is an example with music where we basically play 5 seconds up to a line that you will see of music, and then let the model continue the music. So like this also kind of shows both understanding and creation, kind of generation at the same time.
Nay, nay, lording, answered Wolf. We know not how to call you lord or lady. We have lived too long in the forest and are now...
Okay, and now the music. As you see, in both cases, it comes out something that actually makes sense. In the music case, it actually it's not only technically correct, meaning that the notes are, same, it makes sense, but also creatively, it actually, it sounds pretty good. And then I wanted to show the last thing, which is this is like super recent, just from yesterday. Google announced the Gemini model. It's right now the most the advanced model in the world available, that shows how this all fits together. So basically, how these models, which is kind of fully multimodal, understands at the same time what it sees, images, it understands movement and videos, understands text, and is able to create all of this as well. So let me play this for you. It's a bit long, so I would run out of time, so I will play just the beginning of it. But this is, you can search it on the internet and play it as well.
All right, testing Gemini. Here we go. Tell me what you see.
I see you placing a piece of paper on the table. I see a squiggly line.
What about now?
The contour lines are smooth and flowing, with no sharp angles or jagged edges. It looks like a bird to me.
What if I add this?
The bird is swimming in the water. It has a long neck and beak. It is a duck.
Yes.
A duck is a type of waterfowl in the family Anatidae. Ducks are closely related to geese and swans. The duck appears to be blue. This is not a common color for ducks. However, there are some breeds of blue ducks. These are typically not as common as other duck breeds. It is more common for ducks to be brown, black, or white.
Are you sure?
What the quack? I was just talking about a blue duck, and now you're holding one. It looks like blue ducks are more common than I thought.
Would this float?
I'm not sure what material it's made of, but it looks like it might be rubber or plastic.
What if I tell you it's making a squeaking sound?
Oh, if it's squeaking, it's definitely going to float.
Nice.
It is a rubber duck. It is made of a material that is less dense than water.
Can you teach me how to say this in a different language? And give me a few options. Ooh, can you explain how to pronounce the Mandarin one? Is it Yazi? Yazi
Is pronounced with a first tone. In Mandarin, there are 4 tones, which are essential to distinguish the meaning of words. The first tone is a high, level tone.
Oh, okay.
The duck is in the middle of the ocean. There is no land nearby for the duck to rest or find food. It is unlikely to find ducks here naturally.
Okay, based on what you see, come up with a game idea. Oh, and use emojis, please.
How about this? We can play a game called Guess the Country.
Sure, let's do it.
Clue 1. This country is the home of the kangaroo, the koala, and the Great Barrier Reef.
Oh, that's easy.
Clue 2. This country loves football and has won the most men's World Cups in football history. You were trying to get me to find the paper ball under the cup. I accept the challenge. The cup to the left.
Nice.
Okay, so I will stop it here. This is just, it is just kind of showing, pretty impressive abilities of these models to understand the various modalities that we interact with it. It has the movements, like you can see in the last one, so it actually understands videos. These models are actually, I don't have that here, but these models are actually great at generating videos. Like you can tell them, like, what are you imagining, and they can generate that. So those are all the advances, basically, to kind of summarize all the advances that kind of happened. All the main, or some, like a selection of some of the main ideas over the past 7 years. Like, it's incredibly fast how everything went. That got us to these type of models that we just saw. So let me just kind of move on. I'm going to kind of finish my talk with some of the real applications that our team is doing today, just to show you, basically, like today I work in Google Cloud AI, and like our mission today is to create like a developer platform, a platform that customers, like companies, can use to build solutions for for their applications, internal or external applications. Here, and basically here, we provide a lot of tools that you can use and that you can kind of use for your applications. And this is just like a quick kind of run through of some of the abilities. I'm not going to go through all of them, just kind of give you a few selective things to see that this technology is actually can be like really used in the real world and really help companies accomplish more. So the first one is about audio, right? So as you've seen, kind of like in several examples before, the models, the conversational AI today is really great in generating text and understanding text. I just wanted to show super quickly a couple of abilities that the models have today. So for example, we can like what many companies do, they want a custom voice that is representative. So for example, some celebrity, or maybe they just have a brand voice and they want this voice when customers are calling, they want this voice to answer. So this is called custom voice. And you can train the voice like, we need just like a few minutes of the voice today that you give us like a studio recording. And then from that, we can generate, the bot voice that then can be used, for example, in our call centers to answer questions by customers. I'm just kind of going to show you and to ask you in the audience to see which one is the real human that basically we trained using the voice of that human. We trained the bot, and then after we asked both the bot and the human to read a new sentence, right? That wasn't part of the training. So let me see if the audience can guess which one is the bot and which one is human. So I played the first one.
In New Amsterdam, everyone's strengths came together. It began with a broken funk pattern from the piano, and the horns ran harmonized chromatic lines through it.
Okay, this was the first one. Let me play the second one.
In New Amsterdam, everyone's strengths came together. It began with a broken funk pattern from the piano, and the horns ran harmonized chromatic lines through it. Okay,
so now I'm presenting, so I cannot see the audience, but maybe, I don't know if you can just, somehow let me know who thinks the first one was the bot. Okay, so I
approximately 15.
50%? And who thinks the second one was bot? So the rest, I guess, right? Or are there people who don't know? I was trying to figure out when I was playing this, but I must be honest, I forgot which one is which. I cannot tell. I forgot because this slide I changed it a few times when changing from Google Slides to Power Presentation, so I don't remember which one is which. It's really, really hard to say. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to show, in addition to this, something, often customers have told us, yeah, this voice sound very natural, but they are always the same tonality. So, they don't have emotions. So basically the other thing that we added is we added the emotions to the voices. So you can basically choose in which tonality you want to say a certain message. So let me play just a few. So this is just a casual message, for example.
Your account balance is $92.50.
Yeah, this is a great voice for contact centers. Sounds like a real human board agent. If you want something for marketing, this is like one that I really like, is you can use a more lively voice.
This is a very exciting time to be working on artificial intelligence.
Right, it's much more exciting, right? It's much more suited for like a marketing type of message. And this is my favorite, also for contact centers, the apologetic tone.
In New Amsterdam, everyone's strengths came together. It began with a broken funk pattern.
I'm playing the wrong one. This one is the one.
Unfortunately, we can't give you any more discounts.
So it kind of really, transmits the idea. Obviously, then these models are super multilingual. So it's enough for us to teach the voice in one language, and it can speak all languages after that. But yeah, I can skip that.
In New Amsterdam, everyone's strengths came together. It began with a broken funk pattern.
Safe and ethical.
Few minutes of audio. Ahora puedo hablar cualquier idioma que quiera, como español, francés o alemán.
Okay, this is the one.
Suena en portugués?
This is the one that I wanted to show. Okay, so this is, I think, one of the last demos that I have. And another kind of aspect of these models is that, of the conversational AI, it is not just about understanding what a user is meaning and then generating something. Like in human conversations, there is also the art of listening. So basically figuring out when to interrupt the user, when the user is finished speaking, right? And acknowledging that we are still listening. So this is actually a real problem that my team has been working in kind of providing solutions for contact centers a lot, because there is a lot of product market fit for conversational AI there. And one of the problems, that all contact centers had, like the bots in contact centers, is that they're really bad at listening. So let me show you how many of the conversational experiences in contact centers today are, and actually how you can make it by using the right technology. So this is what happens today.
Phone number 90.
Sorry, can you repeat that account number, please? Once you say or enter it, press pound.
903.
Got it? Let me look into that for you.
So as you see, this is super frustrating. Users hate this because the first time it interrupted while I was talking. The second time, after 3 digits, it thought, okay, the phone number is all there. Obviously, it's not there, right? And then it will come back and say there is no account like that. And this is how it actually could look like by using the right technology, and where we listen and really listen like humans. Here.
So I can help you to get to the right agent. What's the account number or phone number on the account?
Phone number 903 701 5287.
Yeah, as you see,
Now, before I connect you with an agent, can you give me more details on what prompted your call?
Yeah. So here it shows how this bot is able to much better understand, acknowledges the user, encourages the user to go on with information. It's not interrupting, right? That's also something that conversational AI has made progress on.
I can help you to get to the right.
So let me maybe just show you one last example, and then basically how this shows a few of the ideas that I shown in the kind of build up so far. It shows the ability to understand really complicated things. It shows the ability to match these complicated things to some information that we get, for some internal data. Like in this case is the menu. So this is basically like a food ordering thing. Like in the US, they have these things where you drive through, and then with your car you stop, and then you order something, and then you go to kind of pick it up, right? And so in order to solve this, we need to be able to reference some very concrete data from the company, from the customer. We want to be able to understand very complicated things that the user can say, not interrupt the user, and so on. And then also we need to process it very fast. So this is like very, very hard to do with like a normal. So basically, to do it well, you need a large model, but a large model wouldn't be able to be fast enough so that you can do it in voice. So what we had to do is unify a lot of the ideas that you've seen before, and then also use this thing that we've seen that is called distillation, to then have a large model teach to a much smaller and faster model to do the same thing. And then we can use that smaller model to implement this fast enough so that we can use it in voice. So let me show you. This is the last demo that I'm going to show you today.
Welcome to Google Coffee. What can I get for you today?
Hey, could I just get a latte and 3 chocolate croissants?
Can I get you anything else?
Yeah, could I also get an iced coffee with milk and 2 sugars?
Which type do you prefer?
Let me get the coconut.
Sure. Anything else?
Yeah, could I also get a caramel macchiato made with no caramel, add 2 pumps sugar-free vanilla, add 3 pumps mocha sauce, and add some extra caramel drizzle, and add some extra mocha drizzle?
Anything else?
Actually, no, that's it.
Please pull up to the next window.
Okay, so as you've seen, this is it works pretty well, super fast, and this is exactly like we're able to do it by unifying some of like many of the ideas that I talked about. So thank you so much. This is the whole presentation. I hope it was interesting and I hope it was engaging. And yeah, I was super happy to be with you guys today.
Thank you so much, Vlad. We are applauding. We hope you hear it.
I cannot hear anything. I think the microphone is...
Dəyərli spikerimizə çıxışı üçün çox təşəkkür edirik. Hə, dostlar, necə idi? Çox çətin idi. Biz hər birimiz elə bilirik ki, ChatGPT-dən ancaq mətn hazırlanması üçün istifadə edə bilərik, amma sən demə belə deyilmiş. İstərdim ki, növbəti çıxışımıza artıq keçid ala. Səhnəyə dəvət etmək istərdim Bolt şirkətinin məhsul qrupu rəhbəri Mikhail Shiklov.
Thanks. Hi, folks. Nice to be here. You probably know Bolt, but before I jump into the presentation, who of you had bad experiences when using Bolt? Nice. That's a good start for a presentation, don't you think so? Well, over the course of the presentation, I'll explain to you why in some cases it might be okay that you're suffering. Okay, so a little bit about myself. So I'm currently a group product manager at Bolt. What this means is that I'm responsible for two business lines. One is micromobility, or everything that is related to scooters, e-bikes. And another one is Drive. It's our car sharing business. It's localized in the Baltics and in Germany. So I've been at Bolt for 3 years. Generally, I have roughly 10 plus years in product management. I worked in companies like Oilix, Yandex, startups, and other like lesser known name companies. And also like I have a PhD, so I'm a nerd. And I'm always battling this inner academic in me. And besides, I do have a blog where I write on a weekly basis about product management. So if you want to like dive deeper into my thinking, please. But before we begin, this is a map of today's speech that I will guide you through. So I'm going to give you a little bit of context on Bolt, on micromobility specifically. I'm going to walk you through the fundamentals of how we think. So by the end of this presentation, you'll have a very clear understanding of our decision-making framework. And I'll illustrate it with a practical, no bullshit case study. Okay, let's start. So this is how our warehouse looked in 2018 when we just started operations. We started in Paris, and we started in a very scrappy way. You can see it's just like sticks, basically, and stones. This is how we looked on the streets. We used third-party scooters. I think it was Xiaomi. This is how they looked when they were parked. We actually had no idea what we were getting into because micromobility is a very operationally heavy business at the end of the day. But not only that, it's a very regulated business, as it turned out. So brave as we were, we started those operations. And let me see. This is an outdated one. When we started those operations, we actually only had 50% of our scooters available on the street, only 50%. And we lost most of our scooters. So at the end of the day, we really had to exit Paris because like we couldn't sustain. And we had to start all over. And what was the secret sauce behind this starting all over? So fast forward 5 years. This is how nice looking our warehouse facilities are. So this is like one of our best warehouses. It's Stalin. Like not all our warehouses are as amazing as Stalin. I'm just like giving you like a stylish photo. So these are our charging docks. They're like placed all across the Baltics and in some Southern European countries as well. And this is our in-house scooter model, which is called Bolt 6. So you can see like where we started in a very scrappy way and where we are right now. And I do believe that for us to get here, one formula actually made the whole trick. A little bit in numbers. So we currently have 260,000 scooters in 25 plus countries. And in terms of geographical presence, we're actually the leader all across the board. And it's not only my personal, but our PR team opinion, we are an industry leader in safety. So we know about all about you when you ride. to make your ride as safe as possible. All right, now let's jump into the interesting part. So first of all, how we think about fundamentals. So we start with the market definition, right? Each of you, works in certain industries, right? In our industry, we frame as commodities. But what the hell are commodities? We had a lot of internal discussions around this, and actually, there are two criteria which define commodities. So first, it's very easy to read our value proposition. Well, just think about it. You have to open an app and see the price. I mean, that's it. And that informs the second criteria, which is it's very easy to switch between apps, right? If you don't like the price, who cares? You're going to use other service, right? If you open Bolt, you don't like the price, or the ETA, which means the time of arrival of a car, is too long, you're just going to use Uber, right? That's it. Basically, that's the impression of a typical customer that opens Bolt app and finds it too expensive in the moment. So that gives you a pretty good framing. But now let's dive deeper. Like, what do we consider as fundamentals? Fundamentals are essentially three components. So one is the value proposition, but not all value propositions count. It's essential that in the commodity market, we focus only on a hard value proposition. And I'm going to explain in a bit what the hell that is. Secondly, it's about the flywheel, right? Because if you don't have a flywheel very well thought out, you're not going to build a compounding business. And at the end of the day, it's zero marketing spend. So we literally save marketing costs. And let's start from the top. What is the value proposition? So this is a nice framework to think about it. There are a bunch of definitions of value propositions, but I do think most of them are really misleading. They create a lot of bias. That's a very nice way to look at it. It comes directly from our CPO's blog post. So essentially, the value proposition could be divided into two parts. So one part is the hard value proposition, which means everything that could be quantified, right? Price, straightforward. Revenue, straightforward. Cost, straightforward. Time that you saved could also be quantified. It's very simple to understand. On the other side, we have soft value proposition, which is about user experience, which is about like smooth animations, innovations, brand, and so on. These are really hard to quantify, and their impact on your overall business goals is much lower, especially in a commodity market. So keep that in mind. I'm going to refer to this hard value proposition multiple times during our presentation. If we take micromobility as an example, so essentially what's our hard value proposition? It's the price and time, which essentially means that time to destination could be affected by two factors. So one is the supply. The more scooters you have on the street, the easier and faster it is for you to get to them. And secondly, it's the service coverage. If your operational area is really constrained, if you have a lot of mandatory parking areas, like in some cities, we do, it's just going to take you a lot of time to get to your end destination. You might not want to pay for it. So at the end of the day, this combination of factors defines whether you are competitive in the market or not. If you have the best hard value proposition among the competition, you're going to grow. Another principle that we articulate very heavily, it's utility over delight. So you won't find any fancy animation in our apps. What we prioritize first and foremost is the access to the hard value proposition. So there has to be an overlap between a problem in user experience and the actual access to payments, to the supply, and so on. That's critical. Second element is the flywheel. Well, that's not the best animation of a flywheel, not the best kind of a graphic, but the one that I was able to come up with. It might be overloaded, but bear with me. I will explain to you what I mean. So it all starts on the top. So we reduce operational costs. And I'm going to give you an explanation of what that means in a while. Micromobility is an asset-heavy, very operational business. Keep that in mind. And this is an important part of this. So once we reduce operational costs, it means that we have more money in the bank, which means that we can reduce the price without losing the margins. And if we reduce the price, what that means? That means that more people come in, more riders sign up. Essentially, the value proposition is becoming better. And if more riders sign up, they start talking to each other in their peer circles, which means that we activate word of mouth. Word of mouth is essentially a free tool of consumer acquisition. And then, once the word of mouth is activated, more riders again sign up. And once we have additionally more riders, the utilization of our scooters goes up, which means that, again, word of mouth improves. And at the end of the day, what happens? We add more supply. And again, more riders sign up, and we can reduce OPEX. And this is like a never-ending flywheel that goes on, contributing to the compounding growth of the business. If you look actually like at this flywheel, these are 3 growth loops stacked upon each other. So the first growth loop is all around the price. The second growth loop is about the word of mouth, and the third growth loop is about supply. If you can properly manage the 3 and you have a system that allows for the flow of the inputs and outputs between this flywheel, you're going to get a growing business. As I've already mentioned, we are heavily operationally efficient because we have to deploy those scooters. We have to pick up those scooters. We have to service them, like change tires, change batteries, like keep the warehouses up and running, monitor the spare parts use. So what you see is only the tip of the iceberg, actually. So being efficient at handling those operations on all levels is the biggest efficiency a competitor, like a company like Bolt could have. So if you're just starting out there, it's very, very hard to compete with an operationally efficient player. Essentially, as I've already mentioned, if you are investing into operational efficiency as a key mode, you have lower OPEX, lower operational costs, and that contributes to lower price. Basically, you are reinvesting the money that you saved into the value for the end consumer. All right. The next point is zero customer acquisition costs. And I'm going to give you a little bit of an explanation of why it is important in a second. Scooters are basically offline billboards. Like if you drop the scooters on the street, they immediately attract attention. And roughly 2/3 of people sign up to using Bolt because they see scooters on the street. And I believe that dynamic applies largely to all the micromobility operators out there. So you don't really need to spend that much into offline advertising. On top of that, we have this beautiful app with a bunch of entry points. And the interesting dynamic between them is that if you have a user who is a ride-hailing first user, at a certain point in time, this user is going to be willing to try micromobility, which means that there is some cross-pollination happening between verticals. Some users start from micromobility and go to ride-hailing, and vice versa. And essentially, what this creates is roughly 70% less customer acquisition costs, because you're investing in the platform, and this is one of the biggest competitive advantages that you could have. But let's look at the market dynamics, right? I don't know, like, have you guys looked into the customer acquisition costs lately? But they are just spiking. Over the last 10 years, I think they've grown like tenfold across all of the channels and across all of the industries. You might not probably see the numbers because they're too small, but let me give you a snapshot. So if you look at the organic channels in B2B or B2C, it's 400 to 800 euros per a single paying customer, In the non-organic channels, it of course varies between 300 and up to 1,800, which means that if you want to recoup your money back, your user needs to pay you like between 3 to 1,200 euros at least once. And at that point, you're just break even. You're still not making any money. So you have to keep that in mind when you're launching a new business, that it's just super competitive out there. You need to find ways how you can grow without investing into acquisition. Yeah, that's the impression of a typical startup founder when he or she realizes the actual cost of each paying customer. Okay, all things aside, let's dive into the case study. I'm going to give you like a little bit of an intro before I explain this graph, right? So when we start operations in a given city, it's a cold start, right? And since it's a marketplace, on one side we have demand, like imagine that's you guys. On another side we have supply, which is scooters. And in order for that marketplace to be efficient, we need to match those two sides together and achieve liquidity, right? We have to figure out how much vehicles we have to deploy in order to attract demand. And if we're able to kind of figure out that liquidity equation, we'll eventually grow. And we're gonna reach a tipping point and so on. But the beauty of it is that we need to reach a market share of 50%. So once you're at 50%, that means you have a moat and you have the pricing power. And that means that you can squeeze out all the competition and get all the margins. But this is an example that's coming from Berlin. And I'm gonna give you like an illustration of how hard value proposition works in action. So this is the amount of vehicles we had on the street, the red line. And the gray lines are representative of our market share, between 0 to 25%. So as you see, we started in May 2021. And you can see that the supply was here. And there is a strong correlation between the increase of our supply and our market share. But there are some unusual spikes here. Like where are those coming from? And they're actually coming from the price changes, right? When we just started, you can see that we were still, the red graph is price. We were trying to figure out how the heck do we actually price this? What's the price sensitivity of a user in a given market? So we started at this threshold, which was a bit high. Then we realized that we are not competitive with our value proposition, so we had to drop the price. And this is where the word of mouth effect has heavily kicked in. You remember the flywheel that I was talking about? And you see like the growth became explosive immediately. So those combinations of factors like price and supply are heavily correlated with our ability to reach 25% market share. And that all happened over the course of a single year. And keep in mind, the micromobility season is actually limited to maybe 6 to 8 months. So that's a pretty decent result. If you can capture a market and reach 50% market share within 2 years, you're a damn lucky entrepreneur. Okay. Let's wrap up, basically, the key takeaways out of this. First of all, look back, like just in hindsight, reflect on in which market you operate. Like what's your market niche? And what are the key dynamics that are guiding your market niche? If it is a commodity market, just focus on what is essential and drop what is not essential. And you have to really think deep about what your fundamentals are. What's the hard value proposition for your business? Should you focus on price? Should you focus on supply? Or maybe there is something else that defines the success in your specific market segment. Once you figure that out, then you can think about the flywheel. Because if you don't invest in the flywheel, you have the anti-flywheel, so your business is never going to grow. And if you're thinking about customer acquisition costs, it's a lost game already, right? Unless you're a huge corporation that is profitable, that has a lot of marketing budgets, you're never going to get away with marketing spend, especially as a startup. So think creatively on how you can acquire users organically via word of mouth. So that's it. And again, a quick reminder, if you're interested in cases like this, you can find a lot more stuff on my blog.
Təqdimatınız üçün təşəkkür edirəm. Thank you for presentation. Əgər auditoriyada hər hansı bir sual varsa, istəyirsinizsə sualları təqdim edin. Şəhla xanım, zəhmət olmasa sualların tərcüməsində dəstək ola bilərsinizmi? Okay. Suallar əgər Azərbaycan dilində olsa, dəstək göstərə bilərik tərcüməsində. Kimdə olacaqdı?
Sure.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation.
Sure.
Actually, I have 3 questions. Two of them comes from my personal pain as a customer, and one of them is just interesting. So actually, first question is about not directly for the micromobiling, but about the cars. As Azerbaijanians, we have the pain that once we order the bolt with specifically non-cash, so most of the time we get rejected by the driver, or we get the call specifically from the driver that if it's not cash, I'm declining it, or I'm not coming, or they actually developed their own way, so they are coming next to you, the territory that can click the I am arrived. So they click the arrived and then run away, so it takes out money from our card. Yeah. So actually, I would like to ask that, if there is that kind of big stereotypic bad label on them, let's say, on this company, let's say. So what the main or first action that you would like to take or you will take?
Okay. So shall I answer that question first?
Let's say one more one.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Great question. The point is, right, once you start operations in the market, the biggest issue you face is typically with the payments. Because some markets might not favor card payments, some markets might favor local payment providers, which are not even cards, but I don't know, PayPal's, for instance. I can give you an example of micromobility, the same Berlin. When we launched, we actually lost half of our revenue because we didn't have PayPal. And PayPal was the most widespread payment system out there. But we prioritized launch in the first place, learning on the mistakes of that launch and then improving as we go. It's interesting because there is no long-term impact on the brand and on kind of a customer attrition, because the hard value proposition again still stands. The users are very pragmatic, right? So even if they had bad experience before, but they know that it's the best price and the best ETA that they can get, they're going to try it again. So that's how it works. So essentially, I do see this as one of the major problems that we have right now. But it's the one that has highest priority and will be fixed.
Thank you very much. Actually, I forgot to mention that before the question that you mentioned you are in the more than 25 countries. You are as a leader of the market share.
Just micromobility. Yes.
Yeah. So actually, even if we have the pain on the bolt, that kind of case, but forever, if we are going for the long distance or in the hard situation that we are in hurry, we go to the ATM, we cash out, and we order the bolt because the bolt is always there. Actually, I would like to mention that one as well. The second question is also comes from my pain. Let's say, in some cities in Europe that I see the bolts, as you showed, that the old scooters and the new scooters, because the old ones doesn't have the suspension system. So, for example, cities like Prague or let's say Brussels and etc., they have not like a pure asphalt, let's say. So they have the stones and that kind of thing.
Yeah, the cobblestones.
Yeah, and my question is you spend quite a lot of money on the devices, the scooters, but you know that after a couple of years you will update it, or the new devices will invent, let's say, the better versions, but you still spend that much money. Or what do you think, it's good to spend that much money right now, or still slowly increase the amount of the scooters for the waiting for upcoming devices, let's say?
Okay, great question. So maybe two things here. One, the typical life cycle of a vehicle, and this is all across the industry. If you take e-bikes or e-scooters, it's 4 years plus, and actually they can go more than that if you replace spare parts in advance. So we are very pragmatic in how we produce scooters and where we deploy them. If you look at this new, that's the second part to the answer. If you look at the newest model that we have, it is strategically deployed only in the markets with heavy regulation or that have more cobblestones there. So to wrap it up, the life cycle of a scooter is really long, so we don't really have to buy new ones every 2 years. And two, we prioritize more regulated markets and more demanding markets and place hardware there. Yep.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Can I ask my question in Russian or should I proceed in English?
English, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Earlier you mentioned that positive word of mouth and organic ways of attracting customers is very important. But what would you recommend if the product manager is dealing with poor brand reputation? How to fix, how to improve brand reputation, and how to increase the positivity of word of mouth if it was like slightly destroyed earlier? We can also look at the example of Bolt when clients are facing like negative behavior from the drivers and so on. Maybe you have some examples.
Yeah. So great question as well. But kind of the message that I want to send is like brand and value proposition are two different things. So when it comes to a customer making a decision, sorry about that, I'm consuming too much energy today. But long term, the customer is pragmatic and cares about the money saved and the time spent. And the brand value, unless there was something safety critical that impacted the well-being of the customer, it's not going to impact the attrition. That's the finding that we had.
Just a minute, please.
But what we should do if the previous actions impacted like the trust of the customer?
Well, it depends, right? If it's a legal issue, then we have to solve it with a legal. If it's not a legal issue, well, that's just churn. You have to accept it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a lot of questions, but time is limited. That's why I'm so sorry.
Okay, yeah, cool. Yes. Yeah, it was a pleasure. Great audience. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for taking time to the presentation and join us. Thank you. Bir daha spikerimizə təqdimatı üçün təşəkkür edirik. İndi isə keçirik növbəti spikerimizə. Növbəti spikerimiz hazırda belə deyə bilərəm ki, Toçka Bank sistemində biznes təlimçi, Toçka Bank biznes mərkəzində təlimçi spikerimiz Kseniya Xayrulindən bura dəvət edirik. İstəyirsinizsə sizin təqdimatınızda yenə də qulaqçıqlardan istifadə edə bilərsiniz. Buyurun. Bir dənə alqışlayaq.
Всем привет. Я думала, будет не сразу. Ну ладно. Меня зовут Ксюша. Надевайте свои наушники. Сначала чуть-чуть расскажу про себя. Я занимаюсь холократией в точке и уже в других компаниях. В точке я 6 лет. И 6 лет мы внедряем холократию, это система самоуправления. Уже исходя из этого можно понять, что процесс недолгий, я бы сказала, бесконечный. Буду, собственно, сегодня вам про это рассказывать. Мой спич будет интересен тем, кто захотел шагнуть в самоуправление. Я расскажу, что вас ждет. Остановлюсь на каких-то неприятных вещах, потому что это всегда самое интересное. Очень много людей рассказывают, как классно жить в самоуправлении, как у нас все быстро, какие все гибкие, ответственные. Не все так классно. Если бы было все классно, я бы не работала тем, кем я работаю. Вот, поэтому расскажу про какие-то сложности, факапы, но через то, как это может помочь вам. Вот, собственно, про себя все. Я в точке и еще не в точке раскатываю самоуправление в разных компаниях, и маленьких, и больших. Чуть-чуть. Так, а вы мне этот кликер не дали. Все забрал. Да, хотела начать с маленькой шутки, что у меня для вас две новости, плохая и хорошая. Плохая, что дорогу в самоуправление тоже нужно будет прокладывать самим, а хорошая, что я подскажу, где постелить соломку. Еще один слайд про банк. Но я его слишком поздно, наверное, вставила. Скажу так, банк. Это банк, его центральный офис находится в Екатеринбурге. У нас уже очень холодно, сегодня минус 36 градусов, и снега примерно вот так вот. И если вы трехлетний ребенок, то вот так вот. Поэтому можно понять, в каких условиях мы работаем и строим бизнес. Но это нас не сломило. Сейчас у нас 600 тысяч клиентов. По сравнению с махинами типа Сбера, тут Алина рассказывала, мы, конечно, супер маленькие, но очень креативные и смелые. У нас достаточно высокий, как нам кажется, и на рынке NPS это 75, и внутренний NPS тоже 72%. Сотрудников 3800 человек. И мы начинали как маленький стартап, но сейчас уже выросли, почти у нас 4000 сотрудников, но ведем себя как маленький стартап. Первая соломка, которую я хочу подложить, это, конечно, лидеры. Все начинается с лидеров. И у меня вопрос к вам. Как вы думаете, чем отличается начальник от лидера? Можно кричать. Начальник от лидера, есть какая-то разница? За лидером хочется идти, класс. За начальником нет, не всегда. Только домой. Лидер вместе с тобой решает все проблемы, а начальник говорит, как их решать. Ну или просто говорит, решите это. Да, все, в ключевое вы готовы идти в самоуправление. Действительно, у нас нет начальников, но есть лидеры. Лидеры — это вдохновляющие ребята. Ты можешь быть лидером в одном круге, при этом быть не лидером в другом. У тебя может быть одновременно 10 кругов, 10 ролей, а-ля отделов, если переводить на обычное самоуправление. Поэтому сначала подготовьте своих лидеров, либо подготовьтесь сами быть лидерами. Многие компании, которые раскатывали самоуправление, потеряли несколько процентов, несколько десятков руководящего состава, и это ок. Будьте к этому готовы. Как готовиться? Понимать уже на старте, что отдавать. Главное не бояться отдавать и доверять. И лайфхак от точки и от других компаний — это лидеров взращивать, воспитывать изнутри. У нас все, ну, наверное, 90% лидов — это сотрудники, большинство из них начинали с поддержки, а-ля колл-центр. В Макдональдсе тоже каждый директор ресторана когда-то говорил «свободная касса». Поэтому это не только наш опыт, и опыт классный. Есть опыт и в точке, и в других компаниях, когда лидов брали с улицы, с рынка, и это было хуже, не так эффективно и для человека, и, собственно, для компании. Следующая соломка — это портрет человека, кто может работать в самоуправлении. Наверное, самый популярный вопрос на конференциях, где мы выступаем, где вы ищете этих людей, где вы ищете людей ответственных, гибких, способных там быстро переобуться, способных взять на себя ответственность. Но на самом деле у нас нет какого-то идеального ответа на этот вопрос, но есть лайфхак, что мы за мягкие навыки и часто рассуждаем про то, что научить можно практически всему. Я знаю, что многим эта мысль кажется абсурдной и там, нереальной, и, возможно, не во всей сфере это сработает. Да? Если бы у нас была больница, вряд ли бы мы сказали, нет, будем брать не опытных хирургов, а эмпатичных. Но в банке мы смогли себе это позволить, хотя в банке тоже, вы сами знаете, есть разные приколдесы, которые мешают нам жить. Поэтому мы сделали акцент на мягких навыках, и в какие-то сферы мы вообще берем людей без высшего образования, без какого-то опыта, без какого-то бэкграунда. Наоборот, классно, когда приходит юный юнец, птенец, совершенно еще не поработавший в других компаниях, каких-то сложных, и мы его воспитываем так, как нам нужно. Как вы думаете, давайте какой-нибудь один вопрос, который можно задать на собеседовании человеку, чтобы узнать, готов он работать в самоуправлении или нет? Какие у вас варианты? Чем вы гордитесь, не подходит сразу. Самый популярный вопрос на собеседовании. Как вы будете вести себя в трудной ситуации? Это ок, но мы обычно даем эту трудную ситуацию. Ну, то есть прямо разыгрываем какой-то кейс вживую, да. Зачем? Чтобы напугать. Ну, скорее всего, все скажут, конечно, я не хочу, чтобы надо мной кто-то стоял и контролировал меня. Но в лоб хорошо, мы такое любим, спрашивать в лоб. Нет, вполне человек может сказать, я не хочу ничего решать, я хочу, чтобы мне оставили ежедневно какие-то задачи, я их выполнял. В целом это тоже ок, да, в лоб хорошо спрашивать. Чтобы выяснить мягкие навыки, лучше не спрашивать там, назовите 5 своих сильных сторон и 5 зон роста или 5 слабых. Спросите человека, чем он занимается по выходным. Спросите, там, какие сложности он испытывает при воспитании детей, если у него есть дети. А еще смотрите на него, послушайте, как он общается с женой по телефону или как он ведет себя в офисе. Когда не было пандемии, эта штука разделила нас на до и после, хотя у нас до этого был банк без офисов. Мы проводили всегда собеседования в офисе. Мы звали к нам ребят, но они проводили там у нас некоторое время, и мы всегда брали фидбэк у хозяюшки. Это у нас есть хозяюшки, кто следит за кофепоинтами, вот этой штукой. Мы брали всегда фидбэк у команды. То есть спрашивали, как тебе этот чувак, который сейчас с тобой сидел, ты готов брать его в команду? И я тоже знаю, что это практика многих компаний, спрашивать не у команды, у будущей, готовы ли они брать этого человека на работу. Это классный опыт. Почему классный? Во-первых, они уже немножко на него посмотрят, и они берут на себя чуть-чуть ответственности, что этот чувак ок, я сказал, что он ок, а значит, я помогу ему погрузиться, я помогу ему разобраться все, что у нас происходит, и его поддержу. Поэтому работает с двух сторон. Так, хватит котиков. Следующая соломка. Вообще, какие у вас возникают мысли в голове, когда вы слышите слово холократия? Демократия и Холокост. Такого, если честно, нам еще не говорили. Я передам коллегам. Когда начинаешь в Google вводить самоуправление, он всегда меняет на самоуправство. У нас уже есть корпоративные шутки про это. Но да, часто звучит так, что у вас нет начальников, у вас еще, говорят, классные офисы. Вообще не знаю, как это связано с холократией, но почему нет? Работа без правил, без начальников, никто тебе не говорит, что делать. Ты можешь с утра помогать клиентам по телефону, а потом пойти организовать корпоратив или пойти там заниматься аналитикой, условно. Нет, это вообще не так. На самом деле холократия — это очень-очень много правил. Просто они все описаны четко, а во-вторых, ты можешь на это правило влиять. Условно, мы с вами работаем в компании, у нас правило не материться. Кто сматерится, положит $1 в банку. Я прихожу и говорю, коллеги, у меня сейчас такое произошло, сейчас буду материться. Вот вам $100, считайте, будет много мата. Так я делаю в обычной компании. Мне не нравится правило, я его нарушаю или пытаюсь как-то его обойти, или его выполняю и брызжу каждый день. Мне кажется, в любой работе есть момент, когда вам что-то не нравится, но вы это делаете, потому что так заведено, потому что так делали еще основатели этого банка, потому что у нас так принято, неважно почему, но вам оно не нравится. То в холократии, в самоуправлении есть такой термин, как напряжение, или tension, или драйвер в других системах самоуправления он называется. Это то, что меня беспокоит, но я не просто об этом жалуюсь в курилке, я выношу это на собрание, и это приводит к каким-то изменениям. Условно, вот этот кейс про материться за деньги. Я выйду на собрание и скажу, слушайте, коллеги, мне очень иногда нужно по материться, жизненно необходимо, давайте что-то с этим делать. Ну, происходит какая-то валидация, да, этого теншена, то есть понятно, что всякую ерунду мы не выносим на такие обсуждения, но бывают необычные кейсы тоже. И мы с вами сидим и решаем. Кто-то говорит, слушайте, Шахла, например, говорит, нет, материться неприемлемо, это ужасно, это оскорбляет мои чувства, чувства коллег, вообще это неэтично, некрасиво, не будем. И мы не спорим, а с помощью специального процесса, с помощью фасилитатора, человека, который ведет встречи, мы пытаемся сделать такое правило, которое будет решать мою боль, иногда поматериться, но и не будет вызывать возражений у моих коллег. Условно мы придумаем правило, что Ксюша может материться понедельник, среда, пятница с 11 до 2 в офисе 14Б. В это время у моей коллеги там совещания, какие-то обеды и все. И мы так живем. Я вам привела очень, какой-то бытовой, да, пример, но чтобы было понятно. Но таким же способом у нас решаются и какие-то глобальные штуки в компании, все, что касается клиента, все, что касается там разработки продуктов и так далее. И мы все это записываем в политике, в обязательства. Вот. Какое? Вот это? Да, что еще слышала не моя, к сожалению, цитата, что компания в самоуправлении либо меняй компанию, либо меняй компанию. То есть ты можешь реально повлиять на какие-то штуки в компании, но если ты не готов, то ты можешь всегда уйти, но это общее решение. Роль. У нас нет должности, у нас есть роль. Ролей может быть бесконечное количество. У меня 12 ролей. Но в трудовой книжке, к сожалению или к счастью, нельзя написать моих 12 потрясающих ролей по разным причинам. Может, это какая-то роль на 1 месяц, или на 1 проект, или это постоянная, да, роль тогда. Она называется обязательной ролью, ее запишут в трудовую книжку. Но главное не в ролях, а в зоне ответственности. За каждой ролью закреплена зона ответственности, которая также четко прописана, на которую мы также можем повлиять с помощью вот этой процедуры, как и с правилами. Но все миссии каждой роли, они выполняют не какую-то, а реальную миссию компании. Условно, у нас в точке миссия «Делаем мир удобным для бизнеса». И каждый круг, придумывая круг, это а-ля отдел или департамент, сборище ролей, придумывает миссию, которая должна отвечать этой глобальной миссии. Условно, у нас есть круг общения с клиентом, кто занимается общением с клиентом, и у них миссия, что каждый клиент счастлив от общения с точкой. Соответственно, можно логично протянуть логическую цепочку. Если клиент счастлив от общения с точкой, значит, таким образом он делает этот мир лучше для бизнеса. И так каждая роль ниточкой. Как мы это протягиваем разными системами? Сейчас у нас OKR, может быть, кто-то знаком с этой системой, Objective Key Results. Она нам, собственно, помогает. Там тоже все очень так структурно, что есть общие миссии, результаты ключевые, и каждый круг думает, а что я могу сделать, чтобы помочь вывести эту миссию. И еще познакомлю вас с одним нашим термином, это «на шаг больше». Мы с самого начала, с самого первого дня учим, наверное, по-другому не скажем, ребят, делать на шаг больше. То есть каждый день, делая какую-то свою работу, ты, во-первых, вспоминаем напряжение, ищешь какую-то муда, еще один термин вас познакомил. Муда — это какая-то бесполезная работа, которую вы почему-то делаете, и никто не знает почему. Вы делаете это и думаете на шаг вперед. А как вот эта сегодняшняя моя работа поможет мне или моему кругу, или точке в целом завтра? Все начали вспоминать ту муду, которой они занимаются. Ну, это хорошо, что это у вас есть, значит, есть с чем работать, есть что оптимизировать. Следующая соломка — это принятие решений. Многие компании идут в самоуправление, чтобы быстро принимать решения. И это правда так. У нас есть в точке целый список того, что мы сделали впервые, в смысле первые и впервые тоже. Там, мы стали первым банком в России, который был без офисов. Просто в один момент кто сказал, а нафига нам офисы, давайте без офисов работать. Вот и работаем. Или «Черная пятница», по-моему, был 2017 год, и кто-то накануне, пятница была в пятницу, а в среду кто-то у нас придумал, давайте «Черную пятницу» и в банке сделаем, будем счета открывать там за 1 рубль или бесплатное обслуживание. Это придумали, это выкатили в пятницу. Мы, конечно, все, как это сказать, поприличнее были в шоке, потому что это была очень сырая штука, мы не знали, что делать. Клиенты нам звонили, и мы на ходу придумывали какие-то ответы. Ребята из поддержки на ходу все это переобувались, переделали, выкатывали лендинги. Но в эту пятницу мы потом все пошли помогать ребятам из открытия счета, работали все выходные, открывали счета. У нас был колоссальный всплеск. Через год уже все банки подготовились, сделали все красиво, продумали каждую мелочь, выхлоп был совершенно не топ. И это вообще один из принципов нашей работы, он достаточно пугающий и сложный, что мы очень часто выкатываем и на клиента, и на сотрудника что-то сыроватое, да, какие-то костыли, а потом уже доделываем. Но это очень убыстряет наши решения, потому что можно долго делать какой-то потрясающий идеальный продукт, но он уже будет нафиг никому не нужен. Поэтому мы работаем очень близко с клиентом, что-то ему даем, потом собираем постоянно фидбэк и обновляем. Так вот, про быстрое принятие решения. Это правда всегда большие риски. Поэтому мы не ищем консенсус и не компромисс. Если мы соберемся и будем искать идеальное решение, мы часа 4 посовещаемся, поругаемся, кого-нибудь уволят, кто-нибудь потом вернется, кто-нибудь разрыдается, еще 4 часа посовещаемся и подумаем, ну ладно, давайте к следующему году все нормально сделаем. Нет, мы ищем консент. Консент – это решение, которое не имеет таких рисков, что мы вот сейчас его с вами принимаем, а завтра у нас банк закрывают. Только такие решения не пойдут в люди, так скажем, не увидят свет. Все остальное мы принимаем и живем с этим. Зная, что в любой момент можно изменить. Так же, как и правила. Да? Вот мы собрались с вами, вспоминаем наше правило про материться. И обсуждаем, пытаемся идеально что-то придумать. Не просто вот есть мой теншн, что мне нужно поматериться, и есть возражение у Шахлы, что ей некомфортно, когда я сижу и рядом матерюсь. Если мы начинаем думать там про Мишу, а вот Миша приедет, а он не только не любит, когда матерятся, еще не любит, когда, там, я не знаю, что делают, поют громко, или разговаривают по телефону, или записывают голосовые сообщения. И начинается все это придумывать. Мы никогда ничего не решим. Поэтому в этой ситуации есть только я, есть какие-то люди возражающие, у которых валидные возражения, это отдельный процесс тестирования возражений на валидность. И все. И мы это решение принимаем и живем с ним. Последняя соломка. Мы внедрили, в каком, получается, в 2017 году мы раскатали холократию на весь банк, но тогда нас было, мне кажется, 1500, если не меньше. И мы многое не знали, как делать, и в России тогда тоже мало кто знал, как делать это в холократии. Один из вопросов про трудовую книжку, что писать человеку в трудовой книжке, как ему начислять зарплату, если у него 10 ролей. Что значит снять роли? Это человек уволен или он не уволен? И мы, так как нам не было, это сейчас уже довольно большое комьюнити самоуправленцев в России и в мире, тогда его не было. И мы поехали у тех, у кого учились, к основателям этой концепции и спросили, что нам делать? Как вы думаете, что они нам ответили? Четко, вы там были. Откуда вы знаете? Они примерно как я вам, да, то, что самоуправление, вы же в самоуправлении, давайте само и управляйтесь. Ну, мы и самоуправились. Из этого вынесли один хороший вывод. Во-первых, не пытайтесь заранее решить все проблемы. Если это касается не только самоуправления, не надо пытаться подложить соломку везде. А что будет если? А что делать там с кадрами? А что делать с разработкой? А что делать у нас уже еще там agile? А что делать с этим? Не надо. Ждите напряжение. Напряжение — двигатель любых изменений, в том числе и каких-то холократично-бюрократических, как мы их называем. Поэтому мы, когда сталкивались с чем-то, мы это решали. Не мы, не там, не знаю, не основатели банка, точка, а круг, в чьей это ответственности. Да? И тут вспоминаем, что у нас четко прописаны зоны ответственности, и всем не надо там совет директоров, или у нас даже нет такого. Они не собираются, чтобы решить какие-то проблемы, ну не то чтобы которые их не касаются, которые очень, ну, в другой какой-то сфере. Мы четко эти сферы поделили между отделами, кругами у нас это называется, холла, власть кругов, кстати говоря. И им дали какие-то зоны ответственности, и они их решают. Вот. Это все на самом деле, что я хотела вам рассказать. Я понимаю, что вы, возможно, ничего не знаете про холократию, поэтому я с удовольствием вам расскажу про нее где-то. Сейчас минутка рекламы, которая на самом деле, когда я уже поехала, мне сказали, что нам не нужна реклама, у нас уже все места почти раскуплены, но тем не менее, ваши коллеги из Паша Пейн, я не знаю, если честно, из какого круга, были у нас на бизнес-стажировке. У нас в Екатеринбурге она проходит, поэтому оденьтесь потеплее. Мы рассказываем все, что у нас происходит, и прямо ходим мы идем в офис поддержки и рассказываем, как у нас живет поддержка, что у нас ребята общаются без скриптов, у нас нет ни одного скрипта, и сами выполняют какие-то сложные решения. Мы идем в бренд, мы идем в продукт, в разработку. Мы не ходим, ее нет в Екатеринбурге, вся разлетелась. Вот, и честно, целых два дня рассказываем, как у нас устроено, показываем наши встречи и про холократию в том числе. Вот, это все. Вопрос, да.
Соло. Спасибо большое за очень интересную и энергичную презентацию. Но у меня вопрос. Вы сказали, можно заниматься 12 разными ролями. А не влияет ли это на качество работы? Для меня, если я буду делать 12 разных вещей, это будет влиять на мое качество. То есть если я сконцентрирована на чем-то одном, я этим занимаюсь, развиваюсь, улучшаюсь. На 12 разных качество, количество. Как вы с этим справляетесь?
Разные... Я имею в виду, есть люди, кому, наоборот, это там, помогает переключиться. Это первое. Если вы не такой человек, мы все четко описываем. Мы описываем там проценты, которые вы должны уделять этой роли. Там у вас могут быть какие-то метрики KPI. Мы описываем грейды, например, тоже в основной роли, в дополнительных ролях, что мне помогает понимать, как я могу расти там по зарплате или по горизонтально или вертикально. Вот, то есть, наверное, первая часть ответа, что как будто бы, наоборот, у нас это больше ребят привлекает, что я могу заниматься другой какой-то сферой деятельности, плюс, например, для каких-то операционистов, как это, ну вот, колл-центр. Мы не называем колл-центр, это наше идеологическое понятие, но ребята могут занять другую роль и выучиться на аналитиков, на разработчиков, на продуктов. У нас все продукты из поддержки, вот, на любую сферу. И это, наоборот, их мотивирует, нам проще искать людей на холократию в том числе.
Спасибо.
Слышно? Спасибо за презентацию, очень интересно. У меня вопрос по метрикам. Слышно? По метрикам, как вы именно мерите работу, ваши личные KPI какие?
Ну, у меня на каждой роли свой KPI. Как я сказала, мы сейчас работаем по Objective Key Results, и мы вот в роли холократия мы взяли там определенные, поставили цели, определенные результаты, которые нам дадут понять, что мы эту цель достигли. Вот, но здесь роль холократии у меня не без грейдов, то есть тут я никак на свою зарплату повлиять не могу. Кажется, очень сложно. Но я могу влиять на свою зарплату, у меня есть другие KPI и метрики в других своих ролях. Например, я бизнес-тренер. И там четко прописано, что сколько количества там, тренингов я должна написать, на какую тему, сколько внедрить новых инструментов в обучение условно. Там, ребята из поддержки, у них тут стандартные метрики, количество клиентов и качество у нас всегда, фидбэк весь оценивается, клиентские оценки, отзывы и так далее. У продаж, соответственно, самые логичные, наверное, метрики, которые везде, там, количество открытых счетов и так далее. Ответила?
Здравствуйте.
Здрасте.
У меня вопрос как работник банка. Мне очень заинтересовала эта часть. Вы сказали, что вы готовились к Black Friday. За 2 дня приняли решение, скажем так, сделать компанию какую-то. То есть у меня вопрос в том, что вы сказали, что вот риски и так далее. Как я привыкла, например, в нашей сфере, в нашем банке, какой-либо компании готовится за месяц, потому что мы сначала смотрим косты, мы смотрим, какие риски это приведут, потому что, например, если мы начнем открывать счета всем подряд, то этот Централбанк, конечно же, может нам предъявить какие-нибудь свои недовольства и так далее. Но бывают идеи, что вот хочется, вот это взорвет, это будет все супер и так далее. Как можно, скажем так, как вот эта компания, которую вы сделали за 2 дня, то есть решение приняли за 2 дня до кампании, она повлияла на, скажем так, будущее точка банка. То есть вы там заработали какой-то инком, или вы были, у вас была просто цель привлечь много клиентов. То есть как вот, можете немного пошире описать именно вот это действие ваше? Спасибо.
Там была цель, да, тогда еще заявить о себе, потому что точка, еще немножко так раскачивалась, нас там знали как предыдущий банк, но мало кто знал на самом деле на рынке. Цель была заявить о себе и привлечь как можно больше клиентов. Про какие-то, там прибыль я вам, к сожалению, не скажу, но точно был какой-то большой выхлоп по количеству привлечения клиентов. Потом мы там стали реферальные какие-то программы разрабатывать, все началось из этого. А как сделать это за 2 дня? Сейчас мы уже наловчились, и у нас есть такое понятие, как кросс-круг. Это а-ля временная команда под проект. То есть вот как вы сказали, я придумала что-то классное, и я сижу и думаю, а кто мне нужен в моей команде? То есть я становлюсь маленьким лидером, предпринимателем проекта и зову не всех подряд и не рассказываю это всем, не иду ни с кем согласовывать. Я зову из разных кругов, отделов людей, которые мне помогут. Мне нужен ты. Мы там сами организовываемся, устраиваем синхроны, несинхроны, и это выкатываем. Ответила чуть-чуть хотя бы.
Здравствуйте, спасибо большое за презентацию. У меня 2 вопроса. Один – это как вы работаете вот с онбордингом, учитывая то, что когда кто-то выходит из кружка, то есть он уходит в другую работу или перемещается на другую позицию, то есть все правила, связанные с ним, уходят, наверное, какие-то его личные преференции тоже меняются, как новый человек потом приходит в этот кружок. И,
вы имеете в виду внутри точки?
Да, внутри точки, да. И как потом происходит тот момент того, что, то есть сдал в своем кружке какие-то правила под себя, все их утвердили, но потом я перешел либо в другой кружок, либо вообще ушел с компании. Все эти правила потом нужно опять всей команде переосмысливать, передумывать и заново привыкать к ним. Второй вопрос – это наверняка вы используете что-то вроде agile или прочее, да, и вот как вот, это все перекрещивается с трайбами, со сквадами, то есть это плюс-минус как-то все должно вместе сосуществовать.
Да, начну со второго, забуду пока первый. Мы на самом деле не пытаемся насиловать кого-то самоуправлением, натягивать сову на глобус, как мы говорим. И мы пытаемся это все женить. И пока у нас получается. У нас там кайдзен, мы его поженили с холократией, agile поженили. Но agile сам по себе поженился, они на самом деле очень какие-то похожи по идеологии, даже по философии, мне кажется. И когда появляется что-то новое, у нас все время есть какие-нибудь затейники, которые придумывают что-нибудь новое, давайте вот так попробуем. Мы всегда говорим, пусть вам это помогает. Вот есть холократия, пусть она вам не мешает, пусть она вам помогает. Вы должны, в холократии надо синхрониться регулярно. У вас есть дейлики, окей, вам ок, нам ок, что вы в синхроне, но потом вы выносите на больший круг какую-то информацию о себе, делитесь. То есть мы всегда это пытаемся женить, но тоже очень точечно, только в тот момент, когда у кого-то появится tension. То есть мы живем по принципу, там, первый принцип разрешено все, что не запрещено, а второй пока работает, мы туда не лезем, если оно ок работает. У нас есть какие-то метрики, показатели, поинты контроля, когда мы понимаем, что что-то не работает, тогда мы туда идем. Но классно, если команда сама раньше этого поймет, что что-то не работает. Но есть разные кейсы, поэтому у меня эта роль, собственно, все еще есть. Если бы у нас все идеально работало, я бы ушла. Про первый вопрос, про правила. Нет правил на человека. Правило может быть политика только на круг, команду, соответственно, его придерживаются все, кто в команде. Условно, я прихожу в новый круг и такая, у них нельзя материться. И я опять выхожу навстречу и продвигаю вот эту свою политику. Да, если мне это критически важно. Уходя, нет, никто в моей политике не схлопывает, круг с ними живет. Если понимают, что она им не нужна, они не пользуются. Даже встречу не надо, просто она удаляется и все. Про, может быть, на роль. То есть нет, на человеке ничего не закрепляется. И это хорошо и плохо. В этом плане холократия очень обезличенная. У меня есть роль. И даже мы друг к другу обращаемся по ролям. Почему? Потому что я, например, фасилитатор. И я могу на встрече сказать, так, очень классно, но вы этот вопрос обсуждаете за встречей, у нас осталась 1 минута и еще там 2 повестки. И если на Ксюшу, на меня могут обидеться. Ксюш, что ты там на встрече вела себя, да, нас перебивала. А если я фасилитатор, на меня не обидятся. Поэтому в холократия очень обезличена, но точка очень личная. У нас, наоборот, очень много про людей, про культуру, про эмпатию. Поэтому тут вот такой сплот. Холократия такая фрейм, но есть культура очень сильно в точке, что помогает этот фрейм держать.
Speakerimizə təşəkkür edirik. Dəyərli qonaqlar, vaxtımız limitli olduğu üçün sual-cavab sessiyasına çox vaxt ayıra bilmirik. Lakin fasilə zamanı və gün ərzində speakerlərimiz bizlərlə olacaqlar. Suallarınızı yaxınlaşaraq təqdim edə bilərsiniz. Hal-hazırda 10 dəqiqəlik kofe fasiləsinə ayrılırıq. 10 dəqiqədən sonra zalda görüşürük.
dəvət bütün yoldaşlardan əyləşməsini xahiş edirik. Zəhmət olmasa hər birimiz öz yerimizə alaq, növbəti spikerimizi dəvət edə bilək. İndi isə sizin üçün səhnəyə Monzo şirkətində məhsul rəhbərsi Giorgio Baglioni və Monzo şirkətində Core Experience heyətinin texniki rəhbərini dəvət edəcəm. Onlar ilk olaraq təqdimatlarını bir-bir təqdim edəcəklər və daha sonra təqdimatlardan sonra sual-cavab sessiyası olacaq ki, siz suallarınızı ümumi təqdimatdan sonra təqdim edəcəksiniz. Həmçinin bildirmək istirdim ki, təqdimatlar ingilis dilində olacağı üçün ehtiyac olduğu halda siz qulaqçıqlardan istifadə edə bilərsiniz və qulaqçıqları götürməyən iştirakçılar şəxsiyyət vəsiqələrini təqdim edərək əldə edə bilərlər. Buyurun, sizi səhnəyə dəvət edirik.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our talk today on how we prioritize both big and small improvements at our company. My name is Giorgio. I'm a product manager at a company called Monzo. It's a bank based in the UK. And alongside me is Nerlin, who's a senior back-end engineer and also our tech lead in the team. Before we get started, just two quick questions. How many people here are product managers or product owners? Oh, pretty good group. And how many of you have had to make a trade-off or a decision on whether you and your teams tackle one big project or a lot of small things? Nice, okay, great. So today we'll be talking about how we are approaching this in our company and the strategy we're using to do that.
Cool. Good afternoon. I think it's end of the afternoon. So for those of you who do not know, Monzo is a bank in England. We have more than 8 million customers, and we don't have any physical branches, which means whatever you need to do, you just log into the app, you do whatever you need to do basically there. All your financial life, all the payments, different types of accounts, subscriptions, all live inside the Monzo app. And both of us are part of the Core Experience Squad, and the mission of our squad is to improve core banking experience. I think we can move to the next.
Cool. So as part of the experience mission that Nerlin mentioned, every time you open the Monzo app, we want you to have an amazing experience. We want you to come out feeling delightful. We want you to make you feel like whatever you were trying to accomplish was really, really simple, and Monzo was the best place to meet your banking needs. Now, over years, Monzo's changed as an app. We've introduced kind of new navigation systems. We've introduced new components and design languages. And when you do that, experiences, especially older experiences, start to break. They don't work as well in the new design style. They don't work as well between iOS or Android. And when this starts breaking, you start to lose trust in the app. As a bank, it is so important that your customers really trust you. We don't have a physical branch or a store you could walk into. It is all app-based. So making sure that our app feels amazing and really, really well built is really key for us. We also, in Monzo, started seeing with new design systems and different brand updates, parts of the app don't look consistent. So you're using part of the experience, and it starts to look different between screen A and screen B. When there's a critical bug, we will absolutely jump onto that. We'll fix it and make sure nothing breaks for our customers. But something small like a UI change. So right here, this tick is massive. It should be actually kind of small and a darker color. Those kinds of inconsistencies can live in the app for a few months. And every time a user sees that, it starts to reduce the trust and the feeling of a very well-built design. And finally, features not designed to scale. When you're a startup and you're building a brand new company, you kind of think, we need to make sure that this product works for Monzo today. You're not always thinking about Monzo in 5 years' time. And so as we're now over 10 years old, something like that, some of our experiences needed to be rebuilt. They don't work as well as they could for a Monzo with multiple account types, whether you have a business account, a personal account, or a joint account. So there are experiences which could be a lot better and could really improve the consistency across the app. So this brought us into a big question in our team. do we try and solve one problem really, really well? Or do we try and fix a lot of smaller problems across the whole app? Going deep gives you the benefit of really understanding the customer problems, really understanding what impact you may have, spending time with research, with the data team and design teams, iterating and testing different experiences. But that comes at the trade-off of you're probably going to move slower. Your engineering team might not be building or shipping value to customers during that time. The flip side is you tackle a lot of smaller things. You can build momentum, you can ship a lot of improvements, but probably with smaller impact. Updating the UI or the image we use on a screen won't substantially change a customer's experience at Monzo. But if you start changing 20 or 30 or 40 of these, they start to add up, and that starts having the bigger impact for customers. And so we looked at how would we do both? How might we actually solve for both going very deep in one space while also delivering a lot of value to customers and at a frequent pace? And we challenged the way we worked in the team and thought, what is the biggest problem standing in the way from us doing that? And that was context switching. So context switching is basically the idea of I am in a meeting this morning on project A. I then jump into a meeting about project B, make a decision about project C, and then go finish project A off. My brain is consistently jumping between so many different projects, it's hard to keep all the information in my head and make sure I know what I'm trying to do. Now, context switching is hard for absolutely everyone, but especially for product managers when you have different pieces of work in flight and trying to make a decision and the team comes out to ask you for help, your designers, your engineers need decisions. It is hard to keep the context and make high quality thinking and decisions on that. So we said if we are able to reduce the amount, the whole team, but especially product, needs to context switch, we might just be able to go and do this deep and wide.
And as a result of that, our team introduced two different types of working, where we are switching between big improvements, which is mainly led by product. So these are projects that might span a month, a few months, but it's basically a project that helps us get closer to the mission of our squad. It's a project that can help beyond our squad. It can help Monzo. That's what we call big improvements, big bets. And the main mission is that we are thinking long term and we are building products that are scalable, that can be used beyond and across multiple squads at Monzo. Other than the big improvements, the second strategy that we follow is small improvements, or some of you might call light improvements. These improvements are mainly led by engineering, and we wanted to not break, but reduce the dependencies between engineering and the product team. If there are certain decisions that engineers can go and make, and they can be proactive about building this, then we empower the engineers to go and build and make those changes and make sure that we are still delivering, we have the momentum, we are making the smaller decisions, which when they add up, they also take us closer to the mission. And we basically focused on what are the light improvements, what are the small improvements that we can fix. If you look at banking apps such as Monzo, there are thousands of small improvements, so you need to prioritize. But we move that prioritization back to engineering so they can do their prioritization, they can do their own estimations, and they can advise and recommend which improvement we should pick up. So we focused less on political or like product decisioning or the review process, and we focused more on what we can deliver in a small chunks of time, which will improve the Monzo app when you add them up at the end of the year. I don't take credit any of the GIFs or images on the slides, all belongs to Giorgio. But as a result of these slight improvements, I think what we were trying to get at the end is we wanted to empower the team rather than product decisions always being made and suggested by the product. When I usually interview folks at Monzo, they always keep asking questions, how do you find the product ideas? There are multiple ways for us to get the product ideas. Giorgio is the best and can let us know what are the product ideas to get us closer to the mission, but engineers can also bring product ideas. We are all users of the Monzo app, and we can figure out what is the broken part of that we should go and fix. If today I'm ordering a card and it takes 10 different error screens in order for me to order the code. That's a broken experience. And I'm an engineer. I can look at the code, I can improve that, and I can show improved version to Giorgio, and I can get approval at the end. So this is letting the engineers be empowered to make decisions, to be the ones that actually challenge the product and improve the overall experience rather than always waiting for the product or PM to make the decisions. And we were flexible enough to do that because all the changes that we are doing would be 1 week size changes. So if we have made mistakes, we can always go back. We wanted to make reversible decisions. We want to improve the app by piling up all of these experiences together.
Cool. Thanks, Nerlin. And in this approach, it meant as a product manager, I was able to spend 80% of my time really going deep in one place, working with my counterparts to really understand what is the main user problem and what is the strategy and what is the vision of our project. That freed up a lot of time where I wasn't spending time thinking, what are all these smaller improvements we're making? Engineering was empowered to own that prioritization. So that freed me up. But the one key thing here is that ultimately, as a product manager, you are still responsible for what ships, what your team is putting out to customers. So you need to still make sure it is of a good standard. It has gone through the right checks with compliance and risk. At the end of the day, Monzo is in a very, very regulated industry, so making sure that our financial crime teams, our risk teams are aware of what we've done, it passes everything. While the engineers are owning the problems and the delivery, it is ultimately still up to the product manager to make sure this has all been done. So we were able to reduce context switching, but we weren't able to get rid of it fully, and you don't want to get rid of it fully. It's important you still have that final say on what ships.
Back to me. How this actually performed, because you can create great processes, you can set up Monzo framework, but how does it actually apply and how do you get the benefit from it? As a simple example, you can see we have built a scalable money movement model. At the top you see from, at the bottom you see to. That's basically abstraction that we have introduced, which means you can technically move money from any of your source accounts to any of your destination accounts. You can move money from your account to pot, which is an abstraction that we call at Monzo, where you can create different money containers that belong to you, but you don't need to have cards attached to them. So this move money model basically allows you to move the money freely within the Monzo app without having to look for 10 different features in order to move money in a different way between accounts and in a separate way between the accounts. So this is a singular way we have introduced some abstractions. Another example to that would be this great list of all the light improvements that we have made over the past few months. For example, you can see we have introduced Apple Pay, Google Pay on Monzo Me, which means you don't have to type all your card details. You can just, with a touch of a button, you can pay instantly. We have made some smaller changes. For example, we have updated the imagery to make it look modern and nice, which is in line with our brand guidelines. And also we have made sure that our customers' lives are easier than before. We have increased the limits so that they can use Monzo Me, our products, for more purposes, and they can easily share the links with their friends. So I won't go through all of them in detail, but this should give you a good view of how empowering the team, how also going after small changes while still optimizing big investments can help a team such as core experience deliver value over time to our customers.
Cool. So to kind of summarize how this approach and what the key bits from it were, this approach really built hype. People got really excited, both inside the company and outside the company. So this right here is one of our Monzo customers saying, new features are constantly coming. We're seeing changes in the app all the time, and they get really, really excited by this. The Monzo community is a very, very vocal and big supporters of Monzo, and they tell us when they like things, but they also really tell us when they hate things. And they've started to see the fact that we're now shipping a lot of improvements. Inside the company, it also created a bit of buzz, because while product research, design, data were spending a lot of time going really deep into the customer problems, the team was still regularly shipping things. And we started having questions around, what is your approach? How are you doing this? How do you, as a PM, jump between all these different contexts? And it's because we were able to empower the team. This here, as a PM, if I prioritized everything, we would land basically in a similar place. but by empowering the team, we landed here, we shipped a lot, and went very big on our bigger improvements as well. It also delivered a lot of real value. Nerlin spoke about us introducing Apple Pay and Google Pay onto one of our experiences. Before that, a user had to type in their 16-digit card number, their expiry date, their PIN, and a lot of other details. Now, in 2 clicks, they can just check out. And we've seen over 50% of customers using this new Apple Pay or Google Pay method. So it really improves the experience when users are trying to use Monzo. Importantly, it also delivers company value. So because we went deep and thought about the vision and strategy of a longer-term project, we were able to think, how does this work for Monzo today, where we have 3 or 4 different types of accounts? But also, how might this work in 5 years' time when we have 10, 15 accounts? And so we built this way in a way which other teams can build on top of, and they don't need to rebuild this every time there's a new account being created. And finally, it really, really reduced context switching. It made, as a PM, it made my life way easier. It made our designers' life way easier, and gave a bit more empowerment to engineers, which everyone really values. It meant we were getting pulled in to answer a question as opposed to constantly directing or putting all the information at the beginning.
Cool. When we started pulling all the light improvements, at the beginning of first month, I think we had about 50 light improvements. At the end of 3 months, we had more than 100 light improvements. And if you keep on going, over a year, you would have 1,000 light improvements. And we are not a squad that has limitless number of engineers. We still have capacity limitations. We still need to go after big investments, which means you need to create a framework that not just the core experience squad, but the rest of Monzo can also use and apply. For example, previously at Monzo, we had a ritual called polish parties, where all the different parts of Monzo engineers got together to improve parts of the app, which only take a few days to wrap up, deliver, and ship to customers. So we want to iterate our approach so the light improvements can be used beyond just our squad. Every engineer who has got free time can look at our board, can figure out what light improvements he can go after, and can ship it right away. We will make sure that framework is scalable enough, it's usable enough, and it can be utilized by the product manager, it can be utilized by the design or the engineering team. And we are planning to roll this out across Monzo very soon. We just need to polish the iteration a bit and make sure that it's understandable and easy to use by all the squads at Monzo.
Cool. And just to wrap up, the kind of key takeaways from this whole talk today and our approach. Aim to reduce context switching. When you reduce context switching, you will have a lot more focus time. So you're able to make better decisions and really think longer term. For that to happen, you need to challenge your ways of thinking and your ways of working today. It's probably likely that in your company, it wouldn't work today. It didn't at Monzo. We are the first team to introduce this kind of way of working, and it's really, really helped us succeed and ship a lot. And finally, empower your team. By challenging the ways of working and by reducing context switching, have more of your team own more of the problems and give them more ownership overall. Thank you, Baku. Find us on LinkedIn. Happy to answer any questions now or later as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for presentation.
Okay.
Question.
No questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation as well. So you mentioned that you are trying to do as much as small things, but one by one, focusing on one small thing, then next one, etc. And as we saw, the comments from the customers was quite great. But as I understand that, each time you develop some features or some fix and etc., you send them to the customers. Then you start to work on another one. But as much as small features you develop, it means that much the new versions for the Apple Store and Google Store and Huawei, etc. So I would like to ask that, do you track that? How many percent of your customers update their applications, or if there's that kind of personas or the part of your customers that they don't, and how you regulate it? Thank you very much.
I'll answer from engineering perspective, then Georgie will take the product perspective. It's a great question, thank you. So we have release trains at Monzo, which means every Monday we have a release cut. Whatever you ship the app gets cut on each Monday. It's not just core experience squad, it's across all the squads at Monzo. We have the decision to roll it out to all customers, or we can roll it out to a certain percentage of customers. What we are building is inclusive of all customers. We are not building products that only applies to 10% of our customers. So what we ship, we try to make it as useful for all the customer base as possible. And also, the backend platform have really simplified the process to ship new changes to production, which means the engineers only need to worry about writing business logic and shipping, rather than worrying about how long the process takes from code stage into the products and user's hand stage. So that's why we can use the time efficiently between the prioritization of big investments and execution of light improvements to work on these changes, make it ready for the release train, which will get cut on each Monday, and ship it to customers right away. Of course, for bigger changes, we need to go through change governance. We need to make sure that we are safe, compliant, but that doesn't apply to all the changes. If you want to update the imagery, if you want to fix up typo, if you want to change something that will improve the customer lives, you can do it in half an hour, code changes, and you can ship it right away.
And if I understand your question a little bit, it's also about how do we know if it worked or how to improve the customer on the impact side. For our bigger improvements, we'll go out usually as an experiment to our customers. So maybe 5% will have it for 3-4 weeks. We'll understand how are the key metrics performing, is there anything we're concerned by, do we need to iterate? And then once we're happy, we roll that out. For a lot of the smaller changes, it depends. If it's a bug and we know it's causing user harm, we will just roll out the fix immediately. Otherwise, we use something called a holdout. So about 2% of the entire Monzo user base won't have certain features. So for a few months, we're able to understand Nerlin did not receive these 3 features. How does his behavior compare to those users who did? So we're able to see not just this one change, but 30 features this person did not have. How do they behave differently? Are they more engaged? Do they retain to stay on Monzo longer? Do they use certain features a bit better or get in touch with customer service less? So we use that as a way to understand how do these small things add up over time. Hope that helps.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very insightful. My question is about your workers. It's quite famous that when it's coming to challenge among the people, among the workers, it's sometimes, they sometimes don't want to accept it. How did you deal with that? How did it work in your work environment?
Great question. I think it's related to the slide we talked about empowering the team. Not everyone would like to rise up to a challenge and put on a product hat. Not everyone would enjoy from taking challenging decisions and making sure that those changes get shipped to production. So that's why the environment we created not was just the environment that everyone needs to rise up to a challenge, but we provided an opportunity and support during the transition, which means, for example, from engineering side, me as a tech lead, George as a PM, our designer made sure that we are available for support, who needs our support, and made sure that we took most of the heavy lifting during the transition so that we made the decisions for them and they could be the executioners, which means writing the code, shipping the production. But there were some folks who would like to take more challenges. They would like to make some small product decisions and go to product with recommendations of what those product decisions are, which means there is not a singular framework that you can apply to all members of your team. Some members would enjoy from those challenges. Some members would like to keep working in the previous style. So that's why we keep iterating on our approach to that you stay available and you support them as much as they need. And that's how you do. You are having regular one-to-ones with them. You are understanding their concerns. You are understanding how they're enjoying throughout the process, because we for ourselves didn't know how this framework would work. So that we kept iterating. We did multiple retrospectives to basically get feedback from the team. If there were members of the team who were concerned about our approach, then we kept iterating on our approach, which means the current version of light improvements approach that you see is probably version 5 or 6. The first version was a much of a linear approach, but the current version is dynamic, which means regardless of how would you like to be challenged by the product decision, or how would you like to take on small changes and only ship it to production, we have a framework that can work for all members of the team. The reason that we are iterating on our framework is because we want to make it widely available for the rest of the squads at Monzo too, which means the variety of requirements engineers working on these changes will be beyond our squad. That's why we want to find a good model, but throughout iterations, getting feedback, retrospectives, hearing their concerns, that's how we have found a good spot in which what we are doing doesn't just end up becoming a bottleneck process that doesn't result in a usable value for our team members or the actual users at the end.
Thank you for insightful presentation and taking time to join us. Let's step. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bize alkışlar. We have a lot of corrections, but time is limited. İndi isə növbəti spikerimizi dəvət etmədən öncə mən sizinlə bir məlumatı paylaşmaq istəyirəm. Hansı ki, qeydiyyatdan keçdiyimiz zaman bəzi iştirakçılar workshopla bağlı, praktik hissə ilə bağlı qeydiyyatdan keçmişdi. Növbəti spikerimizi dəvət etdikdən sonra bu sessiya bitəcək və workshop üçün qeydiyyatdan keçən iştirakçıların 3-cü mərtəbəyə qalxmasını xahiş edirəm ki, orada 2 workshop olacaq. Birinci workshopda bizdə iştirak edəcək süni zəkanın biznes inteqrasiyası studiyasının təsisçisi Mixail Larkin. İkinci praktik sessiyamızda olacaq Adela Şıxıyeva, Paşabankın Özəl Bankçılıq Departamentinin Məhsul İnkişaf Şöbəsinin rəhbəri. Və sizdən çox xahiş edirəm, bu növbəti spikerimiz bitdikdən sonra kimlər iştirak etmək istəyirsə 3-cü mərtəbəyə yaxınlaşsın. İndi isə sizin alqışlarınızda bura sonuncu spikerimizi dəvət edirik. Kseniya Lebedova, məhsul bazara çıxarılması üzrə rəhbər.
Okay, so now I see my presentation. Let me just check some technical things. Okay, so I know how it works. Thank you everyone for coming and thank you for having me here today. And a special thank you for Kina who inspired me to join this conference and who's watching the translation. So I'm going to talk today about using the behavioral science in building products. But before I will jump into the main presentation, I would like you to raise your hands who is using the design thinking in your experience. Okay, okay, good. And how many of you using the job to be done? More or less, yeah, more or less same amount. And who uses the user research? Okay, so almost everyone. And I believe that whether you knew it or not, you were using some techniques from the behavioral science, even if you didn't know about that. So what we are trying basically to do here is to divide the bridge into worlds. So we have the academia, and they are a bit quiet. They are doing their researchers, and we don't have lots of information from that side. And we have the rest of the world. We have the industry who trying to solve all the problems without the access to the academia. And that's where basically the behavioral design and the behavioral science came in. We are bridging these two different worlds. So this is a bit about my career. For the last 2 years, I'm living in Lisbon, Portugal, and I'm working with with Nova University. I'm working on the project of discovering the behavioral issues of a group of people with rare diseases. Before that, I worked a lot in tech industry. I was a product owner, product manager. I was working on marketing platforms. I was working in e-commerce. And before that, I spent a lot of time doing the strategy for companies and financial analysis. And that's, I think, what brought me to the point where I can share how to combine all this knowledge with the academia and how it works in a business world. So if you're not convinced why we need to bridge this different world, try to give me your best guess how many apps you have in your phone. Just, you can scream it. 60, 50. Okay, it's pretty close. And how many of them you use every day? 6, 10, yeah, more or less. So the data shows that in 2023, it was 255 billion apps downloaded, and on average user has 80 applications on their device, so you were pretty close. And daily use is for 9 apps during the day. So what it says that, and you probably know this from the startups, that many startups fail, and it's lots of people energy, of the effort and money that we bring to create the apps, create the features, and they don't do what we want them to do. And we need to evolve our methods to make it more efficient. And I'm a huge fan of the scientific approach. And here, when I was working in financial industry, I found out the behavioral economy and behavioral finance, and I became a huge fan of this field. And maybe you've heard that in 2002, the great scientist Kahneman, he won the Nobel Prize for merging the behavioral science and the economy. And that's the point where I think this field started to develop. We started to bring the behavioral and the psychology in different other fields, and that's how we get to the point with the behavioral design also. And big tech companies apply the behavioral science in their apps for many, many years. They have their huge divisions with the scientists. For example, Google, Amazon, Spotify, they all use. And the trend now is that even smaller startups start using these approaches. And I think this is a very nice trend that makes our work as product managers, as people who build the apps more efficient. There are some risks, but it's not the topic. I will give you a small example how companies apply where you can find these behavioral science techniques. For example, if you go to the Udemy platform, this is the platform with lots of online courses. When you jump into learning some new course, you can see there a feature with scheduling the learning, scheduling your learning. And they are giving there the evidence that the research shows that students who make learning a habit more likely reach their goals. And this is true, and this is great that they have it, but why this feature is weak and why it's most probably not used by the users is, so the first, this is a self-selected feature. And this feature works only for those people who know for sure, who are committed and they know what they want. And most people who go to the courses or use any product, it's very often that people don't know that they need it. And this is called naivety. This means that you believe that current you will be fine no matter what. You don't think about future yourself. And you can think about it like you believe that you will not eat extra cookie if someone will put it in front of your nose. You believe that you will be fine and you will be able to manage that. So this is the first problem, that people will not just use this feature. And the second problem, you probably know from the usability experience that this is a huge form that people will not be able to manage to fill this form. It looks very scary. But Udemy, I believe they have lots of data about how people start courses and they finish courses, and they definitely can use this data to guide the behavioral, to design this behavioral of users to make it more efficient. I think that one of the best teams who solved this problem is this example from Duolingo. Before you start the course, they give you this tip that how long you want to learn during the day, and they give you the insight and they give you the feeling that learning just 5 minutes a day, this is a normal. So you don't feel the pressure that you need to learn more or that you are doing something wrong. So this is the big picture. The behavioral design components, it consists with the science theory. It's lots of them that helps us to rely on scientific evidence. The second part is quantitative research methods. This is also the big part from the science that you need to calculate whether you're efficient or not. And systematic product design, I'm sure that you all aware about this process. This is the iteration when you're designing things. And how the behavioral theory helps us is that you see this diagram with the iceberg. So what we can do now from our research and the metrics that we track, we can see the digital engagement, for example, of our users. So we can see how they behave like when they purchase things, and we can have some insights from the interviews or from social media, how they work. But we don't see a big part of their behavior that is hidden. But this is also very important to create the behavioral that we want. And this is where we find the, for example, self-regulation process, how people manage their emotions or manage their feelings, what biases do they have, and there are lots of them. So today I want to introduce you with the COMB model. This is one of these model from scientific field, and I think that it's great because it's easy to understand it. It's easy to apply in building products. So it came from the I hope that I will pronounce it correctly, from the University College of London in English, and for the last, it's a bit more than last 10 years. Let's say for the 10 years they made the research. They tried to collect all the data about people behavior, what they do, how they work. They tried to categorize it and to make the taxonomy, what behavior by which technique can be changed. And they succeeded in it. They created a great kind of taxonomy that can help us a lot in creating products. So why I choose the COMB model is the first, because it's very straightforward. Complex models, when you work in a cross-functional team, it may cause misunderstandings and lots of negotiations whether we should use it or not, and this is very straightforward and easy to understand by people who don't have the behavioral science degree or don't have any experience working with that. The second, it's very structured. You will see it later. It's pretty simple to understand. It's evidence-based. This is what I like the most because we work in the industry with lots of uncertainty, and we want to feel some ground when we build, when we make our predictions whether something will work. And it's collaborative. It plays nicely when I mostly work in cross-functional teams. It's, as I said, easy to explain to engineers, to designers, and it's really easy to build in your current process of building products. So this is the big picture of the structure. First, you need to, let me check how much time I have. Okay. So you start with defining target behavior. So the good news for product managers, the owners, we usually know what is the target behavior. For the team members, it usually a place for lots of negotiation, what should be the core behavior. Why we talk about, especially about behaviors, not about feelings or thoughts or outcomes. In this theory, we think that outcome is the result of any behavior. So we want to take a step back and to look at specific actions that people make. And again, from the theory, we know that what we feel usually affects what we do, and definitely our cognition, what we think in our everyday life, affects our actions. So these all are connected, and we want to understand the clue, understand the main behavior that we want to change, that we want to create the intervention. So here you can see the list of behaviors. I added this slide to show you the difference between right behaviors or wrong, what you should not choose. This is all real examples. For example, so the behavior is something that can be observable, that is pretty easy to understand, and very narrow. So, for example, walking in a park or taking a pill, this is a good example of behavior. For example, feeling confident, this is the feeling. This is not what we are looking for. Losing weight is, this is the outcome. This is, again, not the behavior, and it can be divided in many different actions that people make. For example, eating less, eating clean, or go to the gym. So this is not fit. Same as preparing for retirement. This is too broad because, for example, saving $100 a month can be one example of this behavior in huge goal. If you start from the clean list, if you as product manager don't know the key behavior, what you should do, you should understand the big goal, for example, as I showed you, like lose weight. And then you want to sit and brainstorm by yourself or with your team and brainstorm all possible behaviors that inside this big goal. And after that, prioritize, because as you know, we cannot put all the features in one release. We need somehow to prioritize it, and we are making our best guess what will be the key behavior, and after that we will validate it. So this is the example of the very nice defined behavior. Again, this is the app Be Real. Anyone uses the Be Real app? Okay. Yeah, sometimes, just a few. So this is more I think for teens app. And why is it good? Because the goal, for example, in Instagram, people have difficulties to make posts every day. But here you have very straightforward instructions what you should do. So you have very limited time, 2 minutes to make the picture. You have the instruction that you should capture and share what you are doing right now. So you don't need to think about the context or about the storytelling that you want to say. And that's the reason why people use this app every day, at least teens who know about this app. And also they use this very nice social, I forgot how it's called, the like social commitment that you cannot see what your friends posted until you will add your picture. So this is, one example that I really like. And after you define the target behavior, you take a step to this COMBI analysis. So the COMBI, this is the acronym, and this is the capability, motivation, and opportunity. And B is for behavior. In behavioral theory, we think that we need these 3 factors to make people in action. So the person should be capable to do that. He or she needs enough motivation, and they should have every category separates into more different fields. So, for example, capability, you can have the psychological or physical ability to enact the behavior. So the physical is very, you can easily understand. Physical is if you're physically able to, for example, make a step, if you have this ability. Psychological goes to usually social understanding, social norms, or some psychological barriers that you have to do this behavior. Motivation can be reflexive and automatic. Reflexive, that's the one that we usually find during the interviews. That's what our users tell us. For example, I think that this behavior is important because of those or that. And the tricky part here is that, as you know, during the interviews, people usually not telling the whole truth, not because they are trying to lie, but sometimes, yeah, it also can be the point, but because of this automatic mechanism. Automatic motivation is our culture, how we were raised. And this is something that is unconscious for people, and I think that this is the hardest part of this discovery or this research, because people cannot tell you what they think. But this is where we can use the theory with the taxonomy and with the biases, with the list of biases. And opportunity, again, physical and social, those three categories, they are influence each other, and sometimes it's not the easiest part in the world to separate and to define which is the capability, motivation, and opportunity, but the model built that way that in the future it will not be the barrier. So the step that you are doing, you are mapping the behavior. Lots of different techniques. I believe that those that you are using currently works great. What is important is to build not only the behavior, but also to make a list of all the barriers from the previous slide that I showed you, to categorize them, what type of the barrier you face, because on the next step you will need it. And that's the next step is identify intervention. So this is a bit jargon, what it means. So from this university college research, you can find in Google, I shared the link, the list. So what they mainly did, they categorized every behavior in 10 different groups, and they give you the hints what intervention for every behavior you can use. So unfortunately I don't have here the slide, but you will Google it. So it looks like the matrix with in one column you will see the types of behavior. On the different column you will see these categories from the column B, and on the intersection you will see what intervention you should use. And this is cool because you have the evidence based on 10 years research, what will work with the most, almost for sure. And after this is the taxonomy that they created. So for every behavior, they created the list of the change techniques. There are 97 for them. Also, it's available online. You can go there and use it. I usually use it for the brainstorming. For example, you have in your app, you need to create a feature with setting goal. This is the first one. You can go there online and you can search which technique most probably will be effective in this case. And after that, you will sit just with your team and you brainstorm, but you will have like a bit smaller amount of your thoughts and with more evidence that they will work. After that, you bring the You put the solutions that you created during the brainstorm, you map it on the same map with the behavioral that you found, and this is, again, very useful for the future test because you have very structured way how you defined the problem, which intervention you will create, and which solution you will show. And one more great feature that can be used to make it even more clear is to create the solution blueprint. So, for example, you need the customer to complete the loan borrowing form. It's very often in banks, but this is a necessary form. And of course, people don't want to do that. So what you can do, you can, for example, you have your guess from previous research that you need more human interaction. You need more human interaction to complete borrowing process because this will create the meaning for the person. That's how you try to motivate. And for the designers, for the brainstorm that you will create, you can create the like scores, what it must include, and it will be much easier to create the solution. So, for example, it must include the we state, the reciprocity, and the conversation tone. And again, it narrows a lot the amount of the decisions that you will create and the amount of the solutions that you will show to your user and release as a feature. So about the quantitative research, I have 1 minute left, and I hope it's enough. So the quantitative research can be really helpful if you are working in a big company. It's not applicable to small startups because there are not enough users. But for big companies, for example, when you design, when you map on the behavior, you have lots of barriers. And usually people struggle what barrier is the most important, which one we should solve and which one to choose. So what you can do, you never know which one is right, but you making your best guess. You from the theory, from the evidence that you have, you, for example, create the survey with 3 barriers that you think are important, and asking people to answer which they think correlates the most. So that's how you get the correlation with the target behavior. Of course, it's not the causation, but it's much better than not having anything. And the last my point to how it's different from the typical, for example, design thinking process is that from the data that we have, in any given market, customers have from 50 to 150 needs, and from 5 to 80% of those needs are unmet. And if we calculate, we can create around 14 billion of solutions. And this takes too long to iterate and to try to test which one works. And this behavioral science techniques helps us a lot to narrow down and to create more effective solution and to spend less time in trying to solve it. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Hi, Ksenia.
Hi.
My question is about if we can use the COMB model in internal processes, like the behavior of the team or the squad or the department, to change the behavior of that players. And another question is that can we use for the grandiose approaches, like let's say in Azerbaijan several years ago we didn't have any scooters, or we didn't have people using scooters. So we need to change that behavior, educate the people that you can use a scooter instead or any other form of transportation. So can we use it in that kind of sense?
Okay, good questions. So I'm a huge believer in this approach, and I think yes, you can use it because when I was not into this field, I was using the design thinking techniques, and I believe that they are applicable if you create the right process. So basically, they give you interventions how to. It started from the behavioral science overall. How people change their behavior, how they make the decision. And this is very straightforward method when you understand the mental model of people of this group, and you're trying to understand what can help to fix that. So maybe if you will give me a more specific example of what exactly you want to change in the team, it will be a more specific answer, but overall, yes, of course, you can use it.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. I had the same question. How to make engineers very invested in the job? As Nurlan and Georgia mentioned, the small things, how can we make them want to do that small things and create that small tasks for them?
What do you mean by making small things? How to motivate people work?
Motivate people work to do anything that's beyond their role, like.
Okay, this is really good question, and I would definitely apply it there. So I think that it might be this is a good field for the research why people have different mental models. Because when I was living in Ukraine, for example, people work a lot and they are like very much into the product. When I moved to Portugal, people like enough is enough. I already worked during this week and I don't want to work anymore. So and I struggled with that because until I understand their mental model and what motivates them. I cannot tell you the clue for your engineers, but I can tell you, for example, for people in Portugal, for them it's not that important that we have the task or that we make in the product that make I don't know more revenue. For them, it's really important to understand that they do a very important thing for the world and that it makes them better person. So they don't really care about very specific things, and in Ukraine we do. We try to make small tasks and try to measure them, but for them it's much more important to have this insight, inspiration, and to believe that they are doing the better world.
Thank you.
Okay. One more question, or that's it? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Last question.
Hi. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
My question will be from the product and the launching side. Let me clarify more. I'm working in a bank environment right now, and we're working with segments, and we want to introduce the behavioral side of like product approach to the segments. However, for example, no matter we want to develop a product or we want to change some functionalities, we are facing that we have a big pool, but inside this pool we have very different segments, and inside themselves they're showing very different responses. Even for example, we are analyzing the pensioners, but some of them very digital, some of them not. And at the same time, we want to apply one single solution for youth, for pensioners, for the people who doesn't touch the phone. And the situation becomes very complex in that case. And how would you recommend, and based on your previous experiences in such kind of segment ambiguity, how would you respond for that?
Yeah, I see this as a pain point. Yeah, so this is, I would say this is very broad question, and let's discuss it after the conference because it might take too long and you will tell me more details, okay? Thank you.
Kseniya xanıma da təşəkkür edirik çıxışı üçün. Dəyərli qonaqlar, bir daha diqqətinizə çatdırmaq istərdim ki, hal-hazırda workshop sessiyaları artıq başlayır. Kimlər qeydiyyatdan keçibsə, xahiş edirik ki, müvafiq sessiyalara yaxınlaşasınız. Sessiyalar ikinci mərtəbədə Bayatı Şiraz və Çahargah zallarında təşkil olunacaq. Bayatı Şiraz zalında Paşabankın Özəl Bankçılıq Departamentinin Məhsul İnkişafı şöbəsinin rəhbəri Adeliya Şıxıyeva çıxış edir. Çahargah zalında isə Süni Zəkanın Biznesə İnteqrasiyası studiyasının təsisçisi Mixail Larkin çıxış edir. Dəyərli qonaqlar, hal-hazırda bu İndi isə panel iştirakçılarını bir-bir səhnəyə dəvət edirəm. Bolt şirkətinin məhsul qrupu rəhbəri Mixail Şiqlov. Toçka Bankda biznes təlimçi, coach Kseniya Xayrulina. Monzo şirkətində məhsul rəhbəri Giorgio Baglioni. Paşabankın Biznes İnnovasiyaları Departamentində məhsul inkişafı sahəsinin rəhbəri Layla Əzizli. Paşabankın Kos Bankçılığı Departamentində rəqəmsal maliyyələşmə üzrə məhsul lideri Aysel Hüseynova. Paşabankın hesab və ödəniş xidmətləri üzrə lider Aynur Hüseynova.
Eşidilirəm. Okay. Hər vaxtınız xeyir bir daha. Saat artıq 7-yə işləyib. Ümid edirik ki, hələ də fokusda qala bilirsiniz. Nəzərə alsaq ki, bizim qonaqlarımızın çoxu ingilis dillidir. Sizin icazənizlə mən müzakirəni ingilis dilində davam elətdirəcəm. Suallarınız olsa, suallarınızı istədiyiniz dildə verərsiniz. Bizdə tərcümə xidməti var, tərcümə olunacaq. So I'm going to start our panel discussion. Our today's topic is new trends and challenges in product management, what's hype and what brings true value. I have a couple of questions, 10 questions to be honest. Most probably we'll have questions from the audience as well, so this evening and this night we are here. My first question is to all of you. What emerging technologies do you think will have the biggest impact on product development in the next 5 years? Looking ahead, what will be a game changer for product development in your sector? And what is your company preparing for this future? Your company, I mean the company you are working for. I hope soon you will have your own companies. But for now, for the company you are working for. We may start from Aysel.
Thank you, Shahla.
I think I want to generally like to look into the 5 years, what can be in 5 years. So Generation Z will be in already labor market, so they will be earning and they will be also spending. That means their demand will be shaping the demand for the products as well. So my focus would be most probably the augmented reality and virtual reality related products. Even one of the banks like HSBC was opening their branch in the Meta. This is just the start, and I believe that in the next upcoming years, it will even shape the future in this way.
Yeah, I can take the next one. So I'm generally a skeptic when it comes to new technologies. I think nothing's going to change. But a few of the trends that are emerging have actually disrupted a few workflows that we had in our organization. Like one is generative AI. So when it comes like to customer support, like automating some basic routine processes. The second one is no code, right? So small incremental improvements could be done without any code whatsoever, like on platform components and so on. So I do think like product work and engineering work is going to be more efficient, but the core component is going to stay the same. Like the users are going to stay the same because they all want the same stuff, the fundamental, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
Any better? There we go. I kind of agree. I don't see any major shift in how product development changes tomorrow or overnight or the next couple of years. I think we'll become more efficient at what we do. You can look at artificial intelligence, ChatGPT being a very, very exciting one. And I think those kinds of things will help a product manager say, here are 30 user interviews, summarize this for me so I don't have to spend all day doing this. Or here's a strategy, help me put it into the right format. But it makes the product manager or the teams more efficient in what they were already doing. But that still comes with cons, right? So with ChatGPT or any kind of AI system, you still have a lot of privacy concerns. So for us anyway, at Monzo, we're still unsure on how would we best use this kind of technology, where we still protect users' data, where we still make sure that it's safe and secure to do so. But I don't see anything overnight changing with this technology.
You should buy a paid account.
I agree with my colleagues, and as Vlad from Google mentioned earlier, I think we as people are really bad at predicting the future. So even the 5 years, it looks like not so a big amount of time, but I think in the short term, it will be AI, as my colleagues told. And also I believe in a blockchain. And regarding the way our company is currently using this technology, or how are we planning to use the technology, is like we have a big data team which is growing from day to day, and we have identified some use cases which are related to different actual departments. For example, we have use cases related to customer service, we have use cases related to the human resources department, and we are planning to work on these use cases and implement the AI and try to improve the experience overall, try to decrease the operational expenses that we spend there. And regarding the blockchain, there are some limitations because we need some regulation basis there. So we can't just start and use the blockchain there, but I see the potential there, especially in, I don't know, trade finance, maybe in other spaces. And actually, I don't know, maybe people here know about it or not, and I still will mention about it. We were the first bank who used the machine learning to give the business customers credit scoring, which was like several years ago, and it was a really impactful experience for our employees and also for our customers. Like we can give the credit score and identify the amount of the credit we can give to our businesses within a couple of minutes. That's thanks to ICL and her team. And yeah, that's, I will be the one who speaks a lot, probably.
I see.
It's okay. To be honest, I have no ideas about future. You know, in Tochka we just live in today, and just waiting for some tension, some problem, and then become solve it. But of course, we use some learning machine and GPT chat. I'm sorry, no ideas about future.
Quite honest.
It's like really cool to not think about the future and live in your today. It's like really cool.
Yeah, because the world is changed so fast, and you can just be in the last.
Thank you. Actually, I think the speakers have already mentioned some cases, but coming to the which technologies for 5 years just will design for the future, I agree that yes, AI is the one, and the first one actually AI, and blockchain. I agree that it's gonna change the. Coming to the banking industry, it's the, one of the main impact will be on the banking industry for future, of course. But coming today for today's conditions, I believe that in local market at least, because in Europe and other countries, yes, it started a little earlier, but in our, I think, local market right now, technological advancement and open API solutions are also the changing environment, changing the business. That's why I would like to mention these factors which will have the impact on the banking industry and overall on the business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have heard lots of buzzwords: AI, machine learning, generative AI, and etc. And to be honest, I wanted to ask about the exact cases. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are buzzwords now in tech. And how are these technologies being practically applied in your product development, and what results have you seen? What impact have you seen? And Mikhail, I would like to start from you.
Hello, yep, I'm here, back online. So, 2 cases, right? One, micromobility. So every single time you end a ride, you have to make a photo of a trip. And this is done for a very specific purpose, because we really need to see that you're compliant in the way that you park. A lot of markets in which we're present have very strict compliance requirements. If the user is parked incorrectly, there is a high likelihood of getting a fine. And fine might be easily 100 euros. And that's not a great user experience to have. So initially what we did, we had an operational team that actually sat down and validated each of the incoming photos and figured out whether it is compliant or not. But eventually we trained a machine learning model that can classify good parking versus bad parking in different conditions. So that's one use case. And the reduction of incorrect parking was dramatic. So like 2/3 literally of bad parking just went away overnight. Very low cost. Another application outside of the micromobility is like customer support, right? There are like probably 30 to 50% of use cases which are generic, where you basically reply with templates. And for those purposes, like conversational AIs can be super efficient. But where conversational AIs actually fail is that they're very naive, right? If you want to get like whatever from them, you can eventually get it, like a refund, for instance. Like insist for a couple of times and it's going to refund you money back. So it's not a silver bullet, but it works. So to sum it all up, basically there are machine learning models running under the hood, and it's invisible for the end user, which optimize for routing simple tasks. And there are also like more face-front machine learning models with generational AI running mostly in customer support. Well, these are the use cases that we had. Maybe top of my mind, I don't know, we definitely have like a bunch of such models, maybe like 20, 30 all across the org, maybe even more, because some solutions require multiple ML models. So that was a damn long answer. So yeah, all right.
Yeah, thank you. Lala, do you want to add? I'm sure you want to add. You are doing something there with ChatGPT and etc.
Yeah. Yes, we are using ChatGPT and our team members using ChatGPT, and I will not talk about the whole company. I'll like to talk about the team that I run. I run the business innovation team. We are just testing different new concepts for our customers, and we try to find the idea that will have a market fit in the country and help the businesses to grow. We decided to use the ChatGPT to automate some repetitive tasks. One of them was like generating job description. I don't know, it sounds like simple, but it was such a repetitive task every time. HR, when I wanted to hire someone new, and HR wanted a new job description, despite the fact that I sent the job description, I don't know, months ago. And we built a simple tool for that. And I don't want to talk about hey, we use the ChatGPT, we use the AI. Unfortunately, we don't have that complex usage of the AI. But there are some usage that really makes me sad. And as Georgia mentioned, when you think about the AI, you want it to be used to help you to boost your productivity, not to replace you. And we have a corporate account in the ChatGPT, and I can see the previous chats, the previous prompts that my teammates or my subordinates did. And it really makes me sad, because I see that even the simple parts of the product development, they start using GPT for that. They start asking GPT about the simple questions. And I think that when you do it, when you give all the aspects of your job to the machine, you miss all the fun about it. And I was a product owner before, and I really enjoyed the job. I think the product management is a really cool job. And when you give all the simple text to ChatGPT, I don't know, you miss all the fun and you miss the source of fulfillment. I don't know. It makes me sad.
I see. Thank you so much for honest answer. Ksenia, my next question is for you. It's about culture. We have seen your great presentation about holacracy and self-management. In product management, in any organization, the product culture matters. Recently, I've heard the saying that culture is strategy. And to be honest, I agree with that. Wanted to ask, how does a strong product culture contribute to the overall success of a large organization, and what are some key characteristics of successful product culture, and about product teams?
I think, unfortunately, but maybe not unfortunately, we don't have any strong system, any strong structure, just a product approach. We just looking for some problems, some pains of our customer, our clients, and help them. And agile system helps us to be faster, to be flexible, maybe. And holacracy to help us. You know, in holacracy you can have a lot of roles for different functions. And for example, in our customer support circle department, in your language, we have a special role, and this role is connection our clients and product and the developers and design, etc. And these guys is working with the customer every day for part-time, I think. And other time they speak and have some work with the product team. And it helps us to have some feedback from clients and make them happy.
Thank you so much. Ksenia, I would like to address my next question to you. It's about innovation. I know that Lala now want to answer, but innovation and risks. And we want to innovate, we want to build innovative products and etc. But we have to deal somehow with the risks during our product journey. How to balance between these two, innovation and risks approach?
Thank you, Shahla. Actually, this is so broad topic that I can speak for the days, but taking into account we have limited time, I will be really short. Yeah, okay, then prepare the bets, please. Let's go back to what I'm doing in the bank, so I will be linking to the risks. Basically, when you're creating the product, there are several risks, like, for example, I don't know, the client may not have the click with the product can be not profitable, or product market fit can fail, and so on. Being in a bank and creating the lending products, on top of it, digital lending products, is involving the second risk as well. It's about the product itself. We are selling the money of the bank, and it's creating credit risks as well. So what we are doing is, I think, is applicable to all the products, being it lending or non-lending, is we believe that the data is the king, and stop there. Because we decide, when we are deciding to go on the product, we review the data. When we are making the decision to which customer to sell, we are making using the data again. As Lalo already mentioned, we have already started the machine learning decision making when we are selling the product. This is a very specific kind of the product management, because as in other products, you are choosing the customer segment and then you are focusing on them. But here, you are not selling to everyone. That's also creating the risk, and with huge financial risk. Second thing is, I think, very applicable to all the products in order to avoid the risk, is to be agile. Learn fast, fail fast, then repeat again. That's why it's very important to get the right MVP metrics in order to measure whether the product will survive in the production or not. These two things are the key, and on top of it comes, of course, the customer. We should not be doing the product for the sake of making the sale of the product, but it should close any pain of the client. I believe the auditorium is well aware of this concept. That's why I will not be dipping down here. But to sum it up, the data, all the data, behavioral data, market data, wherever we have, adding the criteria for testing in order to be able to measure whether MVP will be working or not, and listening to the customer.
Thank you so much. And talking about data and data-driven decision making, we are moving smoothly to the metrics. Georgia, I will start from you, but then my colleagues, you can join to answer. Questions about the metrics, the spicy part. What are key metrics or universal metrics that product managers should prioritize to effectively measure the success of their products? How can product managers ensure that these metrics align with business objectives and contribute the decision making throughout the product lifecycle? I mean, not only MVP success criteria, we have met them, and we are forgetting about all other metrics after meeting MVP success criteria. And please share your lessons learned on this context.
Cool. I'll try. There's a lot of questions there. When it comes to metrics, the way I like to think about it is, starting in plain English, what do I want to know from this? You could take an approach of, yes, you should know your weekly active rates, your engagement rates, how many times people are clicking on your buttons, but actually, what are you trying to understand? There was an example at Monzo a couple years ago. We ran a team which was subject to referrals, trying to grow the user base. And one of the key metrics we were looking at was, how many people are clicking our buttons? How many people are clicking on the screen to share their referral link? and then how many people went on to actually convert and to share their referral link and invite someone to Monzo. And at the time, success for us looked a little bit naively as we have changed the button. A lot more people are now clicking on it. We're really proud of this. It's great. But the key metric wasn't who clicked on it. No one cares. You want to get to the end goal of how many people are now referring. Does putting a bigger button somewhere help, or does it just annoy customers? So really understanding the key thing in English we're trying to track is how many people are referring, and how do we increase that number? And then look down at, if that's the business goal, the key business goal is probably user growth. Okay, there are 3 ways potentially. There might be from marketing, from a product approach such as referrals, or a product-led approach, which might be me using my app and inviting someone else, which kind of links into referrals a little bit. And look at what are the drivers for that. So for someone to refer, you need to find the place to refer and find that button. You then need to engage with that experience, and you need to share it. And tracking all those other pieces of how long does it take someone to find that? How long does it take someone to, from the moment I share a link, for the other person to join? How can you improve that experience to reduce friction? But always starting with what is our North Star metric, and what is the most important thing we're trying to do. You will then be able to start understanding, I want to focus on this lever, this thing which might push up referrals overall, and not just tracking a metric just for the sake of it. I think it's very easy to do that and get excited by more people click a button, but that doesn't actually matter. So always bringing it back to what is the key thing. So for us, it was user growth.
Thank you. Who wants to continue? This question actually is for all, because I believe that you have... For sure, Lala has answered.
There were 3 questions, I guess, no? The first one was about the key metrics. My answer for that will be like, it depends. It depends on the stage of your product, it depends on the type of your product, your segment, etc. And the second question was...
how to be focused and keep your focus during product life cycle, and how to understand that it aligns with broader product objectives.
Okay, if we talk about your product objective must align with the company objective. For example, if your company tries to attract tomatoes, your product should not attract, for example, potatoes. Okay, that's the first one. And regarding the how we approach, I don't know, it was not the question, but I will answer in that way. Lessons learned. Okay. The key lesson for me is that identifying your customers and your business goal. And I use the framework GAME. It's for G-A-M-E. The G stands for goal. What's your user's goal? What's your business goal? For example, in the case of Giorgio, their goal was to get more referrals. And the second A stands for action. So what user action should be done to get to your goal? In that case, it must be they should click on the button, they should, I don't know, input the email, and they should send, for example, a referral. And the M part stands for measure. For example, you identified the actions, and each action is like a metric for you. It might be a secondary metric, for example, and you start measuring it. And the E stands for evaluating. After you measure all the metrics, you have to evaluate them. So do they show the real data? Does it correlate with the end, what you thought you are going to do, and etc. And about the lessons learned for me is like the one lesson is having metrics is cool. The identifying metrics is sometimes hard for junior product owners. Okay, let's think that you identified your metrics, you start tracking the metrics, but it's not enough. For me, the main lesson learned is that you have to find correlation between the metrics and understand the data. Like having the metrics and having the result is not enough. Yeah, that's the main lesson.
Thank you so much. Maybe you may move. You have microphone. Okay.
Thank you.
I know.
I would like to mention. Okay, I would like to mention some for metrics. Firstly, as a corporate and working with larger client side, First of all is financial metrics, I would like to mention, because I'm sure that it's changing from the segment to segment, from the industry to industry, all the segment metrics are changing. So for corporate business, I would say that this is the first one coming to my mind is the revenue per client, let's say, or cost for the acquisition of the clients, etc. Because as we are seeing in the practice that, let's say, we have a B2B product and we see that the cost of the acquisition, we are just making the progress on that, or revenue per client, we are like going well on this client or not. So penetration rate also is also some points that we are paying attention. Coming to the points that lesson learned, yes, sometimes we are just focusing, our focus is on just for financial parts, and we are just, sometimes we feel that we are missing some other parts, some other metrics as well, or maybe the portion is not like as we wanted. So that's why lesson learned for my experience was that we have to be more balanced on the metrics, and yes, we are financial oriented part of the of our business, but I think other metrics are also essential and should be also be on mind and follow tracked. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to also join to my colleagues saying that it really depends regarding the metrics, because there's no unique metric that will be applicable to all phases of the product. And for each phase, depending on the issue that we are solving, actually, the metrics should change. It's not that by selective, okay, it may change, it should change. For that reason, I believe that the different tools can be used and so on. And the second one was regarding the lessons learned, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, actually, working with the lending products again, the metrics part is quite tricky, because by setting any metric, it's not only enough to look, for example, the behavior of the whole customer. You should divide to the sub-segments in order to understand their true behavior and to decide like how the good customer is behaving, how the bad customer is behaving, because lending has good and bad customers actually. That's a tricky part that we had in our experience as well, when we were saying like, okay, all the clients are, for example, sending this document at this particular moment, but it was the behavior of only good customers, not the bad customers. So it's tricky there, and our lessons learned was that whenever we are looking to any of the metrics, before jumping into conclusions, we are doing a certain analysis, understanding the division between this customer behavior.
Thank you so much. Would you like to add something, Mikhail?
Yep, sure. Maybe like three things. Like one is there are two types of metrics. Like there are output metrics, there are input metrics, and it's very important to keep in mind which one is which when you're working on it. Like output metrics you cannot directly influence because they are results of your action, and input metrics is something that you actually have leverage on. The second thing is different layers of metrics, right? Because like how I look at it is there is this shareholder up at the top, and what shareholder like worries about? He doesn't give a heck about user activation. What he's most concerned of is, am I gonna get return on investment that is better than any other like alternative out there? So that's important. Then you go lower, you look already at the business level, like what defines return on investment? There are business metrics. Maybe there is EBITDA, maybe there is net margin, or maybe you're like focusing on just pure market share growth, whatever it is. And then you break it down into lower level product metrics, which like whatever makes sense for your team. You might look at acquisition, engagement, activation, retention, or whatnot. And the third bit is really important to keep in mind, like the sensitivity of metrics, especially when it comes to working with the input metrics. For instance, retention is not a very sensitive metric unless you're working with, I don't know, a messaging app where the user returns every single day. But the horizon of impact for non-sensitive metric is sometimes very long. So you have to think smart and figure out what the proxies are. So that's just high-level overview of how I think about metrics in general.
Okay, thank you. Mikhail, I would like to move to the next question with you. You mentioned about the earning money, and we also have continuous challenge about delivering value to our customers, and then things turn around that, oh, we have to earn money, and how to build monetization strategy, or maybe you can share some best practices, or from your experience, what should product managers consider while preparing the monetization strategy for their product?
Well, from my perspective, it should be baked into the strategy of the product and the business from the get-go. And usually, monetization is when your customer sees enough value in whatever product you're offering, and this customer is ready to pay for that value. If you're thinking about, of course, it's possible to crack that problem once you already have a running product, like Tinder did, for instance. But in the case of Bolt, we think about it from the get-go, right? First, we deliver value. We acquire users organically because the value is just unbeatable to whatever other competition there is. And then once we achieve a dominant market share, that's the moment where we have enough pricing power. So short answer is you have to think about it from the get-go. How are you going to monetize?
Yes, thank you. This is, I think, a very important part, because we put metrics, we have to engage customers, we're giving some features to them they are using, but at the end of the day, they are not paying, and if they are not paying, we are not earning. So this part we and all product for owners should focus on. Is anyone wants to add something to monetization strategy? Okay. I move to my next question. I know this question is for you. It's about fintech products. As Pasha Bank, I know that we are very focused on B2B products and working with fintechs. As the role of product management continues to evolve, what emerging trends in fintech have the potential to significantly reshape the discipline in the coming years? How can product managers prepare for and adapt to these changes while staying focused to delivering genuine value to customers?
Thank you, Shahla. It's very really trendy topic for our bank, I think for our country totally, and for the world, I think totally. So we are, yes, as a bank, we are working with fintechs. Also, I would like to mention that fintechs, yes, they were created so earlier, but for the new year, I mean, the last years, their popularity, their activities really appeared on the market. So what we are doing and what our plans with fintechs, we observe that in Europe, yes, we have many fintechs, and they are already not competition, but they replaced many banks already. But in our country, this is just newly appeared, and legislation also just newly adopted in August this year.
regarding to the fintechs and regarding to their independent working, and so many opportunities were given to them. Right now in Azerbaijan, the rules are being prepared for the how to operate with fintechs industry, etc. And it means that starting from the next year, quarter first, fintechs will be really independent with many independent solutions, opportunities to go forward. But the question is that what's our approach as a Pasha Bank with fintechs? Because there is a question that, okay, you are a bank and there is a fintech, so you are a competitor actually with them, so how you are cooperating together? In this case, our strategy for long term also is that we are supporting them. We are a corporate bank, and we see that in many cases they are competing mostly with retail banks, and this fintech legislation, etc., it's not creating so large opportunities for corporate banks. I mean, the competition environment is not for corporate banks. So we are just supporting them, and on the back services, our main strategy here is banking as a service solutions we are providing to them. Also, we are going to software as a service solutions. Also, we are just going to provide them. So it means that fintechs are new ones, and there are less opportunities for them to make investments. And we are the ones that we have made these investments as a bank, and they can get these services from us. So our strategy is to push forward the fintechs because they are more flexible and they can go forward. And as a Pasha Bank, our motto is that we are just supporting you. We are not competitors. We are just collaboration and cooperation with you, and you can go forward with us. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, Aynur. Advices for product owners. I will kindly ask all of you to answer to this question. This is my final question, by the way, so we will have further questions from the audience. What are the key pieces of advices? I thought that one will be too less, 5 will be too many. So 2 key advices you would offer to all product managers in today's highly competitive landscape. Which specific skills do you believe product managers should focus on enhancing to effectively navigate and succeed in this environment? Mikhail, recently I have read your article about product managers' skills, so I would kindly ask you to start, and then all colleagues one by one will answer.
Yeah, so I have maybe like a controversial approach to this, right? Because I think the biggest flaw with the current state of product management is that most product managers are trained as backlog operators. What this essentially means is that they are constantly prioritizing Giri tickets. But if you really want to succeed, like being a backlog operator shrinks the opportunities for your personal growth. That's one thing. The second thing, I don't really think frameworks work. None of them, really. I mean, they're fancy, they're easy to sell, but when you're faced with reality, all of the frameworks just come crashing down. So you have to kind of figure how to work from the scratch, like how to solve the problem. And the third bit is the problem solving is the core skill, right? And the only way you can learn how to solve problem is by solving a lot of them. That's the first one. Second one, it is important to think like systematically, because if you don't break down a bigger ambiguous problem into multiple actionable pieces, I don't know, or chunks or whatever, then you will just get lost in fuzzy thinking. And the third piece of maybe advice within it is you have to start thinking more as a business owner, more as a corporate finance type of a guy, rather than like working in execution with engineers. So that's how I probably see this. So if we move forward, it's going to be more about business, more about ownership, and less about managing the backlog itself, because that's something that like engineers are capable like of doing themselves. Yeah.
I actually was listening quite interestingly, and I believe most part of them Mikhail already covered. But what I would like to add is that in order, what Mikhail said, like in order not to be the backlog operator, and in order to get some ideas, new ideas, and to implement them, I think product owners need to be all the time in contact with the customer, to hear their pains, to understand what they need. And from there, they will actually, will be easier to create new ideas and then follow them. For that reason, I think the second advice would be to always work on themselves, on their skills, because the market is changing quite frequently. The possibilities, technical and non-technical possibilities, are increasing day after day. And by adding them into the practice, but not like, okay, not following the trends, but choosing the trend or choosing the feature that would be applicable to this segment, to the customer, is a skill. They should work on their skills, not on certifications, not on other things, but to work on their skills in order to all the time continue to develop.
I'm going to go next. So the two biggest pieces of advice I think I could give. The first is lose your ego. As a product manager, it's very easy to think, I need to have every answer, I need to have every idea, and I need to be almost the smartest person in the room. That is probably never going to be true, and be very okay with ideas coming from anywhere. It might be someone who works in customer support, it might be from your researcher, it might be from your mother. Just let the ideas come in. Your job is to really understand, that's a great idea, assess it, make sure it is, and then execute on that. Don't feel like you need to have every answer in there. In Monzo, I very often rely on my data scientists, on my engineers, on my designers for recommendations on how we should put forward. Then ultimately I'll make that decision. But I'm okay with them giving me a lot of advice and a lot of ideas on how to move forward. The second piece of advice is ultimately you are going to be measured on impact and benefit to the customer and to the business. So if you are sitting there very proud of, I wrote a great vision document, or a designer is very proud of, this is what I designed, you only really get that benefit or the reward once it lands in a customer's hands and once they're gaining value from it. So don't start celebrating and being very proud of, look at the idea we have, look at what the document says. Celebrate once it's out and working, not just launching it, but 3 months later, customers are still finding the value and solving the genuine problem. So lose your ego and celebrate once it's really solving a problem.
Great. And Lala takes the microphone.
Should we all answer, or it's like optional?
All answering.
Okay, all the great answers. The first one, I agree with Misha, it's like problem solving. I think that you have to be like king or the queen problem solver because it's the core of your job. And the second one is, as I mentioned before, try to find kind of fulfillment in your job, because if you don't like solving problems, if you don't like creating things, I don't know, talking to customers, analyzing, this job is probably not for you. And if you can't find it, try it. If you're not, maybe another job will be, I'm the pessimist one, I guess, here today. You may look for another job.
It's difficult to add.
Be self-managed, Ksenia will tell us. Yeah.
I'm self-managed. It's so difficult to add something clever, but I'm trying. Maybe empathy, I'm agree with my colleague's speaker, to feel some people, to feel a customer, and help us to understand what they want. The second, it's flexibility, of course, to change in the moment your decision, and maybe something like, I don't know how to say it in English correctly, anti-хрупкость.
You may say it in Russian.
because shit happens, you know, every day, and the question is which you take from this shit, from this problem, and how and why it makes you strong. And that's all.
Okay, thank you so much. Ainur?
Okay, thank you. Actually, really great recommendations my colleagues, I mean, the speakers had already made. So my recommendation would be like two key points I think that a successful project owner should have. For me, yes, I agree that all the skills, everything should be, but two parts, like technical first and second is business. This should go together. Like if you are really good and you have really technical skills and you can, let's say, you can manage backlog, go further with developers, etc. Okay, it works great. But if you are lacking on the business side and you don't know where you are going, the business is lacking. Or vice versa, let's say, if you understand the business really great and you don't understand how to work with your team, developers, engineers, etc., it also lacks. So I believe, and I'm sure to that, you have to understand technically what's your product, how all the systems are working, what's the technical details, because lacking of these sides pays really higher to the company. So business and technical skills, in my view, should go together, and they are like inevitable two parts to each other. So if you want to be a successful project owner, just work on both sides, and I'm sure you will be successful. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I would like to ask our audience who is here, is anyone have question? We have to check. Leila, can we check? Do we have online questions?
Hi. My question is to Georgia, because I'm really interested in how you are managing the user feedback and how you are choosing which one you will implement in your online digital banking. And also, maybe I don't think that you know, but there is a famous Russian website called Kinopoisk, and they got one case where they totally redesigned and changed UI UX on their website, and they got lashback, and users start to leave their website, and they have to roll back everything to the old version and then start to implement our changes. I think they totalize it in a couple of years. So how do you manage the user feedback, and how you how you are keeping your product well known and so users when they open your app, they don't see everything new. Like, how do you maintain this balance?
That's a really good question. I'm going to start with the second question there, which was around what happens when your app changes, and how do you kind of get your users to understand this and not leave right away? So it's very topical. Monzo, about 1 month ago, released a brand new navigation system. And when we released this, our customers hated it. It did not go down very well at the very beginning. And at one point we looked at, do we make a knee-jerk reaction? Do we pull the system back, go back to the old Monzo, and let that? Instead, we said, we believe this is the right call. This is the right direction for the Monzo for a number of reasons. And we looked at, let's put this out just a small percent of users, so 5, 10%. And let's understand over 2 weeks, 3 weeks, do they get used to it? Because when you change something in someone's experience, there's always change aversion. People hate when something changes in the experience. So we started seeing after week 1, we were still having negative feedback. Week 2, that started reducing. By week 3, people were very comfortable with the changes now. And we learned this on a very small subset of Monzo. And we also heard some stories when we did research. Someone said, I was in the grocery store, I was trying to pay, I didn't have enough money, so I wanted to move money around, but there was no internet. and I didn't know where to go in Monzo, and everything's changed, and it was a really high stress situation because when they opened their app, everything had changed. So based on that feedback, we iterated so that users were told, in a week, something is going to change in your experience. You can turn it on now, or it's going to change in a week, and we would give them daily countdowns. So when they eventually opened up on day 7, they weren't shocked that things had changed. And we iterated on other feedback, so when we were 5%, we made a lot of changes, rolled that out to 20%, and slowly built that up for customers. In terms of how we manage that feedback in the first place, we have a very big research team who kind of collate and summarize the trends we're seeing, the feedback we're seeing, and we look at, are there any major worrying issues here? Are people, and we'll use data with that, so are we noticing major drop-offs in usage based on one of our changes? And if we do notice that, well, it's why? And that's where research comes in to start telling us the story. People aren't using it because they can't find something or part of the experience is actually broken. So research paints that picture a bit more for us in terms of what we should go fix next. But we typically don't try just to jump into every bit of feedback we get immediately. Otherwise, we would never actually build anything. We'd just be reacting. So we listen to it. We understand, or we try to understand, does this need solving right now? Do we believe in the direction we're taking? And if so, can we wait a little bit of time to understand what impact it might have in the longer term? Hope that helps.
Thank you.
Okay.
Georgia, does the fact that people get used to something and stop complaining mean that they like it? For example, in China, people have cameras in every centimeter, and they live that way. And for most of the people, it's like nightmare, and they don't complain now, and they live their lives. Does it mean that they like it? Maybe previous China was better. I don't know. I'm now in politics. In the next Digital Heights, they won't invite me.
I think it's a fair question. We typically see the people who complain are typically the minority because they are going out of their way to get in touch with us and give us feedback. We try to understand, so with surveys, with speaking to customers, what is the general feeling overall and what might we do to improve that experience? There are some people who are typically adverse to change and they'll really struggle. But over time, for us, we look at, are they still able to use the app? Are they still able to do what they were trying to do? And for Monzo, for the business, is this still the right call that we believe in? We don't make changes just because we wake up on a Monday thinking, oh, let's make a change. It goes part of a much longer, wider vision and strategy. So for us to redesign the app experience, we did this because we knew the design that we had worked for Monzo with 2 account types. We now have around 6. We know we're going to have more in the future. We know we're trying to integrate with open banking and other pieces. The current navigation does not scale. So there might be some people who feel, oh, I like the older version, but we have to think about, do we believe in the direction Monzo is taking and what this will unlock for us, but also for our customers in the longer term. And that's kind of how we go for it. You can answer your own question.
Yeah. I think in the comparison to China, they have a chance to leave you and choose another bank, but in China, they don't usually have that. Yeah.
We will have further talk for sure. Any other question from the audience?
Hi again. So my question is to all speakers. So have you ever killed any product, like shut down or whatever, and it shouldn't be like a product or any feature and etc. And what was that, why you did it, and how you did it? Thank you very much.
How did you feel that?
I can comment here. So I kill features from time to time, and I feel very satisfied after doing it, actually. So one recent example was the integration with public transport. So we had this experiment where we would suggest public transport as one of the options in the rider category screen, and based on it was based on a hunch, basically, and on a few signals. But if we look at the bigger strategy of this, we estimated the potential impact, both the first order and the second order effects of having this, and it didn't really work out. The impact was too small, right? But if we were decide to go and invest into it, it would take us really like quarters, because the integrations are hugely complex, the engineering would cost us a lot. So I just decided to kill it, stop the experiment, just delete all the code. Beautiful feelings.
Thank you.
I can actually mention one of the killers. Actually, with the lending products, we are not having many killers because it's mainly the core of the lending that we are creating afterwards. But we had one feature I remember, and I see my colleagues in the auditorium as well, when we were deciding that, okay, for the existing clients, we will make the process even more smoother. So within 1 minute, they will be able to apply and get the decision. And it was technically actually quite feasible, with one thing that one of the documents should be killed. Actually, we proved that this document is not useful, but because the lending side is quite regulatory based, I mean, the number of the documents, what kind of the signatures should be received, and so on. It took quite long for us to get into the implementation. And by the time that we were deciding already to implement, we have seen like even by killing this document only has already created the impact that we were expecting after launching this 1 minute decision. So we killed the feature, creating the 1 minute decision, because it was already good for our clients. They were satisfied. That's the time that when we killed the feature. Yeah, of course, we spent time on investigating and then reinvestigating, but it was fun.
Who is next? We don't have any other killers. Maybe you.
My name is Ninjat, and I have 2 questions. First question, is it crucial for product owner to have technical skills? And I'm not talking about the analytical skills like to analyze data and have a correlation with the metrics. I'm talking about the development skills, like coding, because the product, it's more about the digitalization, and it's probably could be a web development or mobile development application, yeah. Like to answer such question, is it good to apply this function with a RESTful API, or maybe we just go with a web view, or is it good to directly apply this function, or we should to like write an adapter to this microservice? And second question is about the tendency, like when we are looking, when we just observing the international market, what I see that it's most product owners came from the development. They came from the development itself, and these are such persons who just try to get rid of the coding, and they become understanding the business and start to work as a product owners. But in a local market, most project managers who works like for years with the waterfall method came to the agile and become to product owners. Which tendency is more, which tendency is most fruitful, and your opinion about that? Thank you.
Yes, I can comment here. Like on the first one, I think it is highly dependent on the context and on the industry and the product you're working with. Right? If it's a highly technical role, highly technical product requires highly technical skill set, then yes, probably it makes sense to hire a technical product manager with the knowledge that you mentioned. In our case, Bolt, we don't test for any technical and engineering skills whatsoever, and I don't really need that skill set within my team. But that's just the nature of the challenge itself. It's very dependent. On the second bit, yes, you're right. I've actually did this analysis myself to see like where most of the product leaders have originated from, which types of backgrounds. And I can roughly, I think in 20-25% of cases, see that they came from software engineering roles. and those were actually the fastest ones to grow to leadership. But that's not the only pathway. Like many come from managerial roles, some even come from cultural backgrounds and so on, humanitarian type of roles, so it's very versatile there.
Should I add? Do you want to add? I can add otherwise. Okay, I'll add quickly. From my perspective, I agree it depends on the role. At Monzo, we have a few technical product manager roles when they're looking very much in what's the infrastructure behind a product. Most of the product managers, I think we have around 35. I would say that requirement of technical is probably for about 2. The rest do not need a technical background. I think there's some PMs who study geography and some who were customer support people in Monzo and worked their way up because they were looking at, I would like to solve this. One of the PMs was a data scientist and moved into product management. So I don't think you need to have the technical skills at all for most. Some of the roles.
Thank you for the question. Actually, when I said my recommendations, technical skills, actually I didn't mean coding, etc. I meant how the systems are working, as you firstly mentioned, that how all these systems, I don't know what's happening around technical world, but not, I mean, the technical coding, like whatever engineering or, let's say, coding on their development. I would say it for Pasha Bank that no, it's not needed to know technical skills as developers. For these cases, you have developer engineers team, which also have different backgrounds, like back-end, front-end, etc. So whatever happening exactly to now and to have these skills is not expected, actually. But what is expected, just to understand the, let's say, you are working as a product owner with several systems, and you should understand what's happening on these systems and how they will affect your products. And for technical, actually, I mean these parts, but as an engineering background development, I think there is no need for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have an answer for your question also, but I am a moderator for today, so I will answer to you later. Okay? You had a question.
Hi everyone. My question is about influencing, predicting future while creating product roadmap. If you look at last 3 years, mostly 2 factors has changed our whole life, not just our life, private life, but also working life. These are coronavirus, and the next one is highly improvement of AI technologies. And how do you handle this while creating product roadmap, and what is your advice about this? I mean that if you look at, for example, we came to end of this year, we are creating product roadmap, and just predictions futures. For example, before 3 years, there is not a coronavirus or such as things that can take everything in 180 degrees. That's why we can easily create product roadmap, for example, for a 1 year or for a just 2 year. But now everything is changing fastly. That's why how can you handle this process?
Like unpredictable, you are saying that unpredictable. So you
yes.
have 3 years ahead and unpredictable how we are planning our roadmap.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Well, there's a simple answer to that. Keep your roadmap short.
I would add to this question, very nice really point, and we are always getting these questions actually. But for my view, I would tell that the product team should have a vision, like for a business side, let's say it's the business skills, that you should have a vision, and what will happen, these all are risks, like pandemic is one of the risks, and let's say if you have a vision and you understand that where you're going, you have the certain targets, yes, and how you will reach to these targets, it's up to you. Let's say pandemic happened, okay, your first and second channels didn't work, and your product owner is like the person who finds the solutions. You should work on the third and fourth solutions, how to reach your targets. So, okay, pandemic happened, but let's say to have a skill which replaces the, let's say, undesirable points to the desirable points. So I believe that these unpredictable things always it will happen. Okay, today it is AI, yesterday it was pandemic, and it can always happen. So I think product owners should have solutions, plan A, B, C, D, etc. Actually, we are working this way. Thank you.
Keep it short and be adaptable.
Okay. Okay, sorry. My question will be about the innovation and its role in competition. For example, we're using very fancy words in innovation, like teaching AI models, and also okay, but we're talking about lots of AI and data, models and teaching and applying into the customer offers. And I want to ask, for example, right now, in Azerbaijan, I'm working in banking sector, and in Azerbaijan, like we have a big competitive environment. Alio, okay. Sometimes we're investing a lot in investigations, and also we're trying to go to customers with very innovative solutions, very personalized offers. However, there are other competitors here that they're going with very old ways, for example, market dumping with the interest rates, or they're just giving higher cashbacks, and all the efforts that we put may go into, emptiness. I want to ask, for example, in the Bolt case, you have Uber right now, and also in the scooters with Lime, and also from the Monzo side, you're having competition maybe with Revolut. And sometimes when you're going innovative towards the customers, but you have the competitors who are not that innovative, but they're going very traditional, what kind of steps you're taking in order to win in the competition?
I can take that. So the sad truth is that customers don't really care about innovation. What they care about is getting a good deal. And a good deal is all about the value proposition. And as I've already mentioned, it's about hard value proposition. If your hard value proposition is best leveraged with old school tactics, then that is what you should go with. That's it. If your prices are higher and whatever you offer is harder to get than the old school competition, then customers will not care about this innovation whatsoever.
Just a tiny addition from the Monzo side. I think I agree. Right now, you're seeing in the UK and kind of in the world high interest rates, and for a while, Monzo was saying we're keeping it probably not as high as the rest of the market. We have a much more innovative app, and I think when you start speaking to customers and you start realizing at the end of the day, what they really want is to make the most on their money, right, in the savings. So Monzo then starts looking at, okay, we need to re-strategize a little bit, and we do need to increase this so we give customers a much better deal. And then it's the other side of simplicity. You could probably go to a different bank, and you could probably get a slightly higher rate somewhere else. Monzo's pretty competitive now. But when you do those experiences, opening accounts can be a lot of effort. You might have to go into the stores to do that. managing that or accessing it, you might have to use a card machine or go onto a website. And so Monzo tries to offer that real simplicity in the experience. So you kind of get that mix of, yes, I'm getting a really good deal, and yes, it's really easy for me to do that, as opposed to, I might be able to go somewhere and get a tiny bit better deal, but it gives a lot more effort. So balancing that user reward with like the ease and simplicity as well.
I do have one more question, and my question is, I mean, we have talked about the feedbacks, and all of you mentioned that we should take care of our customers through their feedbacks. So, for example, on Malta, you mentioned you do have million and that. Your feedbacks. I mean, some of the first of all, some the customers that brings us more money, but sometimes we should be careful all of the customers that we have. So, for example, Bolt is one of our main, one of our big customers. So we are working with them. So.
Cool. So how do we kind of like prioritize the feedback and think of which one do we handle with? So we get a lot of feedback. We have 8 million customers. A lot of people really like to share their opinions, good or bad, and we get feedback coming in from customer service, from people on Twitter or X. We get feedback coming in from our research teams. Typically, Monzo has around 35 or 40 different teams, all working in different areas. So for starters, there's a team which works on the subscription model at Monzo. They are most interested in that feedback, so they will look at that, versus the teams that work in borrowing and overdrafts, they will focus on that sort of feedback. So there's already a bit of division in terms of what are you looking at, and as a PM, you aren't looking at all the time at all of the feedback coming in, you're looking a bit more specific. Then in terms of where do we prioritize, we break that down into segments of, okay, so if we take the Monzo user base, you could break that down in thousands of different ways. One area we were looking into, because Monzo became very big in the UK for traveling, it was really easy to go abroad and spend without incurring a 2 or 3% fee. So we call those like the traveling group. And we look at, okay, what is all the feedback we know about this segment? How do they behave? So they typically go abroad, they'll use Monzo, they will use it for all their spending for that week away. They come back and then they put their card away. And so it's why, and trying to understand the question of that specific user segment of what might we do to help them get the value of Monzo even after traveling. So breaking it down into that group of people and what feedback we might have, why we try to answer the questions around why don't they use us when they come back from vacation? What could we do to help them? So taking that specific question and getting as much feedback based on what we're trying to understand is one way of doing it. Anyone want to add?
Maybe you need microphone.
I think maybe the question is related to Ksenia's profession and Ksenia's area of expertise, because her main question was that we are, as Azerbaijanis, are emotional people. The feedbacks that we might write, for example, in your feedback tool, there might be our emotions, not our needs. So, for example, if you took all the feedbacks and prioritized, maybe you'll build the wrong thing because they were emotional. And I think maybe she could add something here. I don't know. Any further questions?
Thank you. Question, and we take the last question and finish.
Main big problem? Oh, problem. Правильно ли я поняла, проблема хологратии, или которая решила ее? С помощью хологратии? Только создаем проблемы хологратии. Шучу. Так. Сейчас подумаю, что самое, наверное, уменьшить вот этот путь, time to market, уменьшить. Все-таки мы очень быстрые, это правда. То есть у нас очень много кейсов, когда мы что-то выкатывали первее всех на рынке. В России за международный рынок не могу сказать. Потом лояльность, клиентов. То есть мы, не то чтобы решили, у нас всегда было очень много фидбэка и всякое такое. Мы прям над этим трясемся так по-хорошему. И не различаем там, много нам денег клиент приносит или мало. Одинаково классно с ним работаем. Вот. Наверное, вот это. Если это проблема для кого-то, но у нас нет ни одного хорошего отзыва, за который бы мы заплатили. У нас нет человека, кто пишет хорошие отзывы для точки, и все, что это есть, это реальные отзывы. Вот. Если...
И плюс, как я помню, без холократии вас бесплатно матерились бы, а сейчас у вас хотя бы для команды есть какая-то там... Я внимательно слушаю.
Lala, you are working for Pasha Bank. Just a quick reminder. Okay. Thank you so much for the very insightful and interesting.
And thank you all our panelists for their speech, for the valuable information və bəli, dəyərli qonaqlar. Bununla da Rəqəmsal Zirvələr konfransının artıq sonuna gəldik. 2 gün ərzində bu zal hədəfi zirvə olanlarla dolub daşdı. Saysız maraqlı məlumatlar məhz bu səhnədə müxtəlif ekspertlər tərəfindən məhz sizlər üçün səsləndirildi. Artıq 3 ildir ki, təşkil etdiyimiz konfrans hər il bir öncəkindən daha böyük marağa səbəb olur və biz sizlərlə birgə fərq yaradırıq. Tədbirimizə qatdığınız dəyərə görə hər birinizə canlı yayım vasitəsilə bu 2 gündə bizlərlə birgə olan izləyicilərimizə və dəyərli spikerlərimizə çox təşəkkür edirik. Hədəfi zirvə olanlar, fokusunuzu bizdən ayırmayın. Növbəti il görüşənədək. Sağ olun.